This story gently explores a universe where Beth grows up without the Ricks in her life, allowing her to discover herself, her quirks, her emotional depth, and the quiet moments that shape her life. The narrative focuses on her inner journey, small acts of connection and reflective growth rather than adventure or spectacle. The mornings in that quiet world without Ricks were slow and deliberate, like honey spilling over the rim of a cup. Beth would wake to the gentle hum of sunlight sliding through the blinds, its warmth resting softly against her skin. Even at the age where the world often demanded noise and urgency, she found herself lingering in those early moments, listening to the stillness as if it had a language she was only beginning to understand. The air smelled faintly of dew and old pages from books left open too long, and she carried a small, unspoken gratitude for it, the kind of gratitude that grows quietly without fanfare. She didn't know that one day she would remember these mornings as the foundation of her patience, the origin of her subtle attentiveness to life. Beth had always noticed small patterns where others saw only randomness. The way the wind whispered through the cracks of the old wooden porch, the tiny silver streaks of light reflecting off the glass of the kitchen window, the rhythm of her own heartbeat as it slowed when she lay on the grass watching clouds drift past like lazy ships. These observations were not a conscious choice, they simply appeared to her, and she received them with an openness that sometimes left adults around her puzzled. "Why do you always stare so long?" her mother would ask, a hint of worry in her voice, but Beth didn't stare to question. She stared to listen. And in listening, she learned, though it was lessons she could not yet name. Her friends, a small cluster of children who preferred quiet adventures to loud games, often laughed at her attentiveness. They called it dreaming too much, a phrase that made Beth smile but never sting. There was a gentle magic in that dreaming, a soft power of observation, patience and empathy that only grew with time. When a bird lost its way and fluttered against a window pane, Beth's hand would reach for it before anyone else thought to act. When someone cried quietly in the corner of a schoolyard, she would sit beside them, not speaking much, letting her presence be a balm. These were small acts, seemingly ordinary, but they left invisible traces on the world, the kind that shape hearts without notice. Sometimes she would wander to the creek at the edge of town, where sunlight danced like liquid over the water's surface. Here Beth discovered the first hints of a quiet fascination with motion and reflection. A pebble would skip across the surface, and she would trace its path with her fingers on the water, mesmerized by the way the ripples spread outward, touching places she could not see. In these moments, she felt a kind of connection to everything: rocks, water, clouds, and the fleeting shadow of a dragonfly. And though the Ricks were absent from her life, leaving a subtle ache in her curiosity for invention and exploration, the world itself offered enough wonder to fill her heart, one slow, deliberate observation at a time. Beth's home, modest and filled with soft shadows, held small treasures she collected like prayers. A chipped mug from a garage sale, a piece of driftwood worn smooth by a forgotten river, a faded photograph of a dog she had never met, but felt she could almost know. She handled these objects carefully, brushing her fingers over their textures, noticing the way each carried its own history. "Everything tells a story," she whispered to herself, often alone, though sometimes speaking it aloud to her reflection in the mirror. It was not vanity, but a habit of soft attention, a ritual that taught her the value of seeing what most people overlook. In this gentle seeing, she cultivated a patience that would serve her well in later years, in moments where the absence of Ricks would otherwise feel like an emptiness too large to endure. School days were slow and measured, and Beth's curiosity sometimes drew quiet ridicule. She asked questions that had no immediate answer, questions that twisted around the edges of simple facts, like smoke curling in a still room. "Why do stars shimmer differently when they are farther away?" she once asked, staring up at the night sky as though the stars might answer if she simply asked correctly. Her teacher, a kind woman with spectacles that always slid down her nose, smiled at her persistence. "Maybe they shimmer for us, Beth," she said gently. "So we remember to look closely." That sentence, offered softly, lodged in Beth's mind like a small seed. It grew slowly, unseen at first, but over time it became a quiet guide, a way of approaching the world that honored attention, care, and subtle wonder. Her evenings were often spent in the company of her father, who was a quiet man with gentle hands and a voice that hummed low in the background of her life. He never rushed her to finish homework or hurry to bed. Instead, he taught her the art of presence. They would sit at the kitchen table, sipping lukewarm tea, watching the twilight. Paint the walls in shades of purple and amber. "Notice the small things," he would murmur, pointing at the steam curling from his cup. "That's where the world hides its secrets." Beth repeated the phrase to herself often, a lullaby of understanding she could carry anywhere. It became a mantra for quiet observation, a gentle armor against the sudden absences and unpredictable shapes of the universe. Sometimes she imagined conversations with the Ricks who were not there. She didn't dwell in longing, but allowed herself small daydreams where the absent figures offered advice in riddles, spoke in half-truths, or simply laughed at the absurdity of existence. These moments were not sorrowful, they were reflective. They allowed her to practice empathy, to understand the pull of absence and the weight of potential. She learned that not all guidance needed to come from another person. Some of it could be discovered in patterns, in rhythms, in whispers of wind through trees, in the way a shadow shifted over the pavement as the sun moved. One afternoon, as rain fell lightly against the windows, Beth noticed a small bird shivering beneath the eaves of the porch. Its wings trembled with each gust, and for a long moment she simply observed, memorizing the tiny tremors, the way its feathers fluffed to keep warmth, the hesitant tilt of its head. Then she brought a small towel from the kitchen, carefully dried the creature, and placed it in a safe spot. She did not expect thanks, the bird did not offer it. She simply felt the gentle satisfaction that comes from noticing and responding, from allowing one small being to exist with comfort and dignity. That afternoon, as she sipped her tea and watched the rain, she understood a little more about what it meant to care without expectation, to act quietly in the world and leave ripples that might never be seen. Evenings often ended with her lying on the living room rug, tracing imaginary constellations on the ceiling. She would hum soft tunes she had invented herself, simple melodies that spoke of longing and peace, of clouds drifting lazily across the sky. Sometimes her mother joined her, sometimes she did not, and in either case Beth felt a calm that had been carefully cultivated over years of quiet attention. There was no urgency, no pressing need to know everything or do everything. There was only the slow, deliberate unfolding of time, the intimacy of small rituals, and the gentle awareness that she was learning to navigate life with a patience that could withstand absence, loneliness, and uncertainty. In those hours before sleep, when the world outside seemed to pause, Beth often reflected on the subtle lessons of the day. The way the rain curved around the eaves, the shy smile of a neighbor passing by, the faint scent of something cooking in the kitchen. All were small threads woven into the tapestry of her life. She understood, even at a young age, that growth was not always dramatic. It was often hidden, found in observation, reflection, and quiet care. And in this slow accumulation of attentiveness, Beth built herself a sanctuary, a world that was both tender and resilient. As her eyes grew heavy, she whispered softly into the dim light, "I see you, little world. I see all of you." And the quiet world, in return, seemed to sigh in gentle recognition. The soft rhythm of breathing, the hum of night settling into the house, the distant whisper of the creek, all became her lullaby. And as she drifted to sleep, she carried with her the first inklings of a strength that was subtle yet enduring, born not of loud heroics, but of attention, empathy, and the patient unfolding of quiet wonder. Beth began to notice that the world around her carried whispers of stories she could almost hear if she leaned close enough. Not loud tales like those in books or television, but soft, delicate hums of memory hidden in everyday life. A cracked sidewalk held the ghost of every footstep that had walked across it. A weathered fence had seen the laughter of generations. The wind carried echoes of voices long gone, or perhaps never really gone at all. Sometimes, she thought, she could follow these threads, tracing them as one would follow a scent, to places that felt larger than her own small neighborhood. There was no urgency in this tracing, only a quiet curiosity, a meditative patience that wrapped around her like a familiar blanket. A blanket. Her friendships deepened during these days, slowly, with the kind of care that feels almost sacred. There was Millie, who liked to collect leaves with intricate patterns, pressing them carefully between pages of old notebooks, and who shared her discoveries with Beth in a hush, as though the world itself might overhear. "Look at this one," Millie would whisper. "It's like a map of tiny rivers." And Beth would nod, tracing the veins of the leaf with her fingertips, feeling a thrill not of discovery, but of understanding, of noticing alongside someone who cherished the small wonders. There was also Finn, who had a quiet, stubborn bravery, the kind that came from defending small truths rather than grand battles. He often walked beside Beth on their way home, and they would talk about clouds drifting over rooftops or the way shadows curled under trees. They didn't always speak in words that mattered to adults, but in this quiet companionship, Beth learned a language of attention, patience, and care. Sometimes she caught herself imagining a world where the Ricks had been present, not for adventures or inventions, but for the conversations that might have been. Yet, even in their absence, she felt an odd sense of freedom. There were no expectations pressing against her shoulders, no sudden tests of genius or demonstrations of superiority. She could linger in her own thoughts, wander down quiet streets, explore streams and empty fields. And in that wandering, she discovered that her own mind had treasures enough, patterns of sunlight on a fence, the rhythm of rain against the roof, the small miracle of a single leaf spinning slowly to the ground. Her parents noticed the subtle growth in her, though they sometimes worried it would make her too introspective, too removed from the bustle of childhood. Her father, in particular, would watch her with quiet amusement and a hint of admiration as she crouched by the garden, speaking softly to the soil, pressing tiny seeds into the earth with a reverence that seemed almost ceremonial. "You talk to them like they understand," he said one afternoon, and Beth smiled, tilting her head. "Maybe they do," she murmured. And for a moment, the two of them simply watched the garden together, feeling the sun warm their backs, the soft breeze weaving between them. School presented small, persistent challenges, though nothing as dramatic as grand adventures. Teachers sometimes scolded her for staring out windows or for taking too long to answer questions. But Beth had learned to carry her own quiet authority, a calm sense of her own pace. She would answer when she was ready, and even when she faltered, she had discovered a gentle resilience, the kind that bends with the wind but does not break. In those moments, she realized that her curiosity was not a flaw but a strength. She began to understand that noticing, reflecting, and acting with care were the subtle powers that shaped the world quietly but indelibly. One afternoon, as golden light spilled through the trees lining the sidewalk, Beth noticed a small, ragged notebook lying abandoned beneath a bench. She picked it up gingerly, flipping through pages filled with uneven handwriting, little sketches and scribbles. The notebook belonged to a boy she had seen before, a boy who always seemed to drift at the edges of playground games. Something about the notebook called to her attention, not for ownership, but for the story it carried. She spent that evening at her desk, tracing the lines with her fingertips, imagining the hands that had drawn them, the thoughts that had accompanied them. In doing so, she realized that empathy was more than understanding. It was entering someone else's world without needing to change it, simply bearing witness. Her evenings often carried a soft routine that felt like prayer. Beth would light a small lamp on her bedside table, letting its glow spread gently across the room. She would sit on the floor, knees drawn close, and reflect on the day's small events. The bird she had helped the week before, the gentle smile from a neighbor, the quiet laugh shared with Millie and Finn. These moments were stored carefully in her mind, each one a small jewel. Sometimes she hummed soft melodies she had made herself, the tunes wandering like smoke across the walls, curling around her thoughts. These lullabies were not for sleep yet, but for presence, for grounding herself in the beauty of being alive, in noticing the delicate threads that wove her life together. As autumn approached, Beth discovered the subtle language of the changing season. Leaves turned from green to amber, rust, and gold, drifting lazily to the ground. The air smelled of crisp earth and distant rain, and she began to collect them, pressing the most intricate ones into the pages of her own journal. Each leaf became a memory, a quiet reminder of impermanence and of the beauty hidden in small, fleeting things. She marveled at the delicate balance between change and continuity, realizing that her life, too, was a river moving steadily, carrying her forward even when the path was unseen. One evening, her father brought her outside to watch the stars, their constellations appearing like ancient, gentle eyes peering down through the velvet sky. "Some people say the stars are just balls of gas," he said softly. "But I like to think they're stories, waiting to be read." Beth rested her head on his shoulder, the world stretching quietly before her. She realized that the universe was vast and mysterious, but it could also be intimate, composed of the small, personal stories we chose to notice and remember. And even though the Ricks were absent, leaving subtle voids in her curiosity for science and invention, Beth understood that wonder could be found in observation alone, in careful attention to the minute and the meaningful. Friendship continued to deepen in quiet ways. One rainy afternoon, Beth and Millie built a small fort in the living room, draping blankets over chairs and creating a secret space of intimacy. They told each other stories, not of dragons or interdimensional adventures, but of small personal wonders, a moment of kindness from a stranger, a leaf that had fallen in an unusual shape, the comforting hum of rain against the roof. In these shared spaces, Beth discovered that connection was less about spectacle and more about the patience to sit with another person, listening, understanding, and quietly validating their experiences. Beth's small powers of empathy and attentiveness became more pronounced, though she didn't think of them as powers yet. They were instincts, responses to life's subtle urgencies, noticing when someone needed a hand, offering quiet comfort without expectation, finding small solutions to everyday difficulties. And the world responded in gentle ways. The shy smile of a neighbor, a bird returning to the garden, the ripple of sunlight shifting across a pond. These were rewards, though she rarely thought of them as such. They were simply the soft acknowledgement of attention, of care, and of a heart willing to bear witness. In the quiet hours before sleep, Beth often returned to her own reflection, murmuring softly to herself as the room darkened. She thought of the leaves pressed into her journal, of the notebook she had found, of the conversations and silent moments she had shared with friends and family. And she felt a subtle satisfaction, a soft joy that arose not from achievements or accolades, but from the slow accumulation of attentiveness, empathy, and understanding. The Ricks might never have been present to guide her, yet she realized that her own observations, her patience, and her quiet actions had shaped a world of meaning all her own. And as the moon rose and spilled silver light across her room, Beth whispered to the night, "I see you, little world, and I am grateful." Her eyelids grew heavy, her breath deepened, and in the embrace of quiet, she drifted towards sleep, carrying the knowledge that small attentions, patient observations, and gentle care were already shaping her into someone remarkable in ways the universe itself might someday notice. Beth's mornings had begun to hold a gentle rhythm, a quiet choreography that shaped her perception of the world. She noticed the soft stretch of sunlight across the kitchen counter, the way shadows leaned lazily toward the east, as if reluctant to leave. Even the creak of the floorboards beneath her feet seemed to hum a delicate welcome, a subtle acknowledgement of her presence. In this world without Ricks, the ordinary became extraordinary, and Beth learned to inhabit the spaces in between moments, the intervals where nothing significant seemed to happen, but everything was quietly unfolding. She felt a strange security in this slow cadence, a sense that life's patterns could be trusted if she simply attended to them. At school, she discovered that small gestures could carry immense weight. When a classmate dropped her pencil case and bent to gather the scattered pens, Beth knelt beside her without speaking, passing the pens quietly into her hands. The girl looked up, startled by the silent act, and offered a small, hesitant smile. That smile lingered in Beth's mind far longer than the noise of the classroom or the hurried footsteps of passing students. She began to understand that attention was a form of intimacy, that empathy required no words but simply a willingness to notice and respond. And in these small acts, Beth found a soft pride, a knowledge that she was shaping her own kind of courage, the kind that moved quietly, leaving traces not on walls but on hearts. In the afternoons, she often wandered to the small park near her home, a place where the grass bent under the weight of dew and the trees whispered secrets only the wind could carry. Here she watched the way a butterfly hovered above a patch of clover, paused in delicate suspension, then flitted away as if on a promise it could not keep. She noticed the subtle differences in the shades of green, the way sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting shadows that curved like slow rivers over the ground. These observations were not fleeting, they were absorbed, stored in a quiet chamber of her mind, shaping her perception in ways that were almost imperceptible to others, but deeply transformative to her. Beth's friendships deepened in ways that were almost invisible. Millie and Finn became mirrors of her own attentiveness, companions who shared the language of small details and gentle care. They would walk side by side, not speaking at first, simply observing a fallen leaf or the ripple of water in a puddle. When words came, they were soft, reflective, often poetic in their simplicity. "Look at this pattern," Millie whispered one afternoon, tracing the veins of a maple leaf with her finger. Beth nodded, letting her eyes linger on the delicate lines, and felt the quiet thrill of shared understanding, the intimacy of noticing alongside someone else. It was in these moments that Beth began to sense a subtle truth. Connection was not always loud or declarative. Sometimes it was quiet, almost invisible, and yet infinitely more enduring. At home, her father encouraged this sense of subtlety, guiding her with gentle prompts rather than direct instruction. "Notice the light through the window," he would say, "the way it bends and curves. There is something to learn there if you simply watch." Beth learned to interpret the world as a conversation, a dialogue of shadows, sunlight, and the gentle rhythms of life. And though the Ricks were absent, leaving her without certain forms of guidance, she discovered that the universe itself offered lessons in abundance if one paid attention. She began to trust in observation, in reflection, in the quiet unfolding of events, finding security in the continuity of experience rather than in external validation. Sometimes she would pause by the creek, watching water swirl around stones worn smooth by years of patient currents. She pressed her hand against the cool surface, feeling the gentle pull and flow, sensing the delicate balance between motion and stillness. The water did not hurry, yet it arrived where it needed to be. Beth thought of herself in that way, a participant in the slow currents of life, carried forward by small choices, quiet attentions, and the patience cultivated in early mornings and lazy afternoons. In that realization, she felt both small and expansive at once, a singular being yet intimately connected to the world's persistent rhythm. Her mother noticed the subtle shift in Beth's demeanor, the way her daughter moved through life with a soft attentiveness that seemed almost sacred. "You notice things," her mother remarked one evening, as they folded laundry together. Beth smiled, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. "I think noticing is how we keep from losing the world," she said softly. Her mother's eyes glistened with something that might have been pride, or relief, or a shared understanding of life's quiet fragility. They did not speak much after that, but a comfortable silence settled over the room, filled with unspoken acknowledgement. Beth's quiet powers of observation began to intersect with empathy in ways that were almost instinctive. She could sense when a friend's mood faltered, a subtle droop of the shoulder or hesitation in speech enough to draw her attention. She learned to respond not with solutions or advice, but with presence, with patience, and sometimes with the simplest act of sitting beside someone in silence. Finn, who had once prided himself on bravado, began to rely on these small moments of support, leaning into Beth's quiet steadiness when the world felt too heavy. Millie, too, found comfort in her calm reflection, sharing fragments of thought she had been afraid to voice aloud. In these interactions, Beth discovered a rhythm of connection that did not demand spectacle, only attention. As autumn deepened, Beth found herself fascinated by impermanence. Leaves drifted lazily to the ground, each one a brief masterpiece before fading into earth. She collected the most intricate, pressing them into her notebook, pairing each with a short reflection, a memory, a question, a small observation of the day. She realized that to notice was also to preserve, to create a delicate archive of experiences that might otherwise slip into oblivion. The notebook became a silent companion, a repository of life's small miracles, each page a testament to her growing awareness and her desire to inhabit the world fully, even in the absence of grand adventure. One evening she helped her father repair a small section of the fence, the wood weathered and splintered. They worked slowly, passing tools and pieces of wood back and forth, sometimes speaking, sometimes not. In the rhythmic exchange of motion and attention, Beth felt a sense of continuity and shared purpose. It was not heroic in any conventional sense, but in its quiet simplicity, it felt profound. She understood, without articulating it, that life's meaning often lay in these understated acts, in the patience, care, and connection that left traces not on monuments, but on hearts and memories. Night often brought a gentle reflection, the hours stretching like a soft veil across the sky. Beth lay in bed, tracing constellations on the ceiling, inventing stories for each cluster of stars. They were not grand epics, but small narratives of empathy, courage, and curiosity. Sometimes she imagined the absent Ricks not with resentment or longing, but with gentle curiosity. What would they have noticed if they were here? What wisdom might they have offered in riddles or laughter? And even without their presence, she felt the universe offering guidance, the subtle language of life whispered in light, shadow, and motion. In the quiet moments before sleep, Beth whispered too, the night, acknowledging the day's subtle lessons. I see you, world. I see you in all your small wonders. The wind tapped lightly against the window. The faint creak of the floorboards harmonized with the hum of distant traffic, and she felt a soft exhale of connection, a reassurance that the slow accumulation of attention, empathy, and reflection was enough. The Ricks might be absent, but the world itself was a patient teacher, and she, in turn, was learning to listen. And as her eyelids grew heavy, she carried with her the realization that growth often comes quietly, unobserved, like seeds sprouting in dark soil. Small attentions, gentle actions, and quiet awareness shaped her being. A soft current that would eventually carry her far, even without loud guidance or dramatic encounters. She understood now that the slow unfolding of life, marked by observation and empathy, was a kind of heroism in itself, a journey without spectacle, rich in subtlety and enduring in its grace. The years began to stretch differently for Beth as she edged into adolescence. Days no longer felt entirely light, nor entirely heavy. They were a quiet blend of anticipation, reflection, and the gentle weight of understanding. The world seemed both larger and more intimate at once, the streets she had wandered as a child, now holding layers of history she was just beginning to recognize. She noticed the small fissures in the pavement where weeds had claimed stubborn space, the way sunlight filtered through the branches differently depending on the hour, and the subtle shifts in the voices of those around her. Even the absence of the Ricks, which might have loomed like a shadow for some, had settled into a soft contour in her life, an empty space that allowed her own voice and perception to grow quietly, without interruption. School had grown more complex, and Beth met its changes with the same calm attentiveness that had defined her childhood. Classrooms buzzed with hurried conversations, whispered jokes, and the occasional sharp complaint from teachers who wanted everyone to move faster than she could, or than she wished to. Yet Beth did not resent this speed. She simply adapted. She discovered that observing first, then acting, often yielded richer results than jumping into the fray. She noticed who seemed isolated, who spoke softly, and carried a quiet dignity no one else recognized. And in those moments, she learned that the small attentions she offered were quietly transformative, rippling outward in ways invisible yet enduring. Her friendships evolved as well. Millie remained a steady presence, though her own curiosities had begun to branch outward into more adventurous ideas. Beth followed patiently, listening, sometimes holding back, letting her friend explore while still observing the small details of her expressions, the subtle tremors in her voice, the unspoken concerns that appeared when no one else was watching. Finn, meanwhile, had grown a quiet strength, a soft bravery that complemented Beth's own introspective attentiveness. Together they learned a rhythm of companionship that did not rely on grand declarations or spectacle. They shared lunches in the corner of the schoolyard, traded thoughts on patterns in clouds, and lingered at the creek long after other children had abandoned its quiet charms. Beth began to cultivate small rituals during these years. Each morning she would take a moment to trace the sunlight across her room, noticing the slow dance of light on walls and furniture. In the evenings, she kept her notebook, filling its pages with observations, reflections, and sketches of moments that mattered only to her. Sometimes she traced the outline of a leaf she had collected weeks before. Sometimes she copied a fleeting shadow she had noticed across the playground. Sometimes she wrote brief, careful sentences about emotions she could not yet fully name. These rituals were not duties, they were acts of self-care, quiet exercises in presence, and slowly they became a form of guidance she carried within herself, a substitute for mentors who were not there. One afternoon, a gentle rain fell, and Beth found herself drawn to the old bus stop where the asphalt shimmered with reflections of streetlights and puddles. She noticed the way raindrops created tiny explosions on the water's surface, patterns that rippled outward in intricate designs. A small dog, abandoned or lost, shivered at the edge of the shelter, and Beth knelt beside it, offering a hand wrapped in her jacket sleeve. The dog hesitated, then pressed against her, and in that moment she felt a deep satisfaction, a recognition that her attention, her presence, had meaning beyond herself. It was a lesson she carried forward. Small kindnesses, unnoticed by the world at large, could resonate profoundly in the lives they touched. Her home remained a sanctuary, a place of soft light and quiet reflection. Her father continued to guide her without imposing, allowing her to navigate choices and observe consequences for herself. "Notice the rhythm of things," he would say, pointing toward the window where leaves swayed in slow repetition. "It tells you more than instructions ever could." Beth internalized these lessons with patient devotion, finding that patterns in nature mirrored patterns in life, the ebb and flow of relationships, the push and pull of uncertainty, the subtle weight of attention. Even in a world without the Ricks, she learned that wisdom was not absent. It simply arrived in forms less immediate, less demonstrative, yet just as profound. She began to notice her own strengths, the quiet powers that had always been present, but were now becoming more defined. Her empathy, her capacity to listen without judgment, her careful attentiveness, and her ability to observe small patterns in life began to coalesce into an understanding that she could influence the world without force or fanfare. When a neighbor was distressed over a lost package, Beth offered to help, guiding them through steps patiently rather than taking over. When Finn hesitated to speak up in class, she encouraged him, not with pressure, but by simply listening first, creating a space where confidence could quietly emerge. In these ways, her powers were subtle yet enduring, shaping relationships and moments with a soft grace. Sometimes, when the weight of the world pressed against her, Beth found solace in wandering, alone or accompanied, through quiet streets and hidden corners. She traced cracks in walls, watched shadows bend and stretch, and listened to the distant hum of the town. These walks became meditative journeys, opportunities to reflect on the choices of the day, to consider her observations, and to nurture a sense of internal balance. The absence of the Ricks, she realized, had allowed her to inhabit these spaces fully, to cultivate an understanding of life that was slow, patient, and deeply rooted in empathy rather than external guidance. Her curiosity extended into small experiments, gentle explorations of cause and effect. She would drop pebbles into the creek and watch ripples intersect and scatter, recording patterns in her notebook. She noticed the way sunlight warmed different surfaces at different times, how shadows lengthened and receded, how rain altered textures in subtle but observable ways. These experiments were quiet, deliberate, and reflective. They were not meant to impress or astonish, but to deepen her understanding of the world and of herself, to cultivate an inner steadiness that could sustain her even when uncertainty arrived unannounced. Evenings often ended with soft conversations with her mother, moments where words were less important than presence. They would sit together on the couch, sharing tea or simple snacks, and sometimes their silence was as nourishing as any conversation. Beth learned that companionship did not require constant dialogue. It required observation, attentiveness, and a willingness to honor the rhythms of another person's mind. In these moments, she realized that love, in its quietest form, was a practice of noticing and responding, a repetition of small, deliberate acts that built trust and security over time. Beth's reflections often extended to the absent Ricks, though not with longing or regret. Instead, she considered what might have been, imagining conversations and lessons that could have existed. She did not dwell on their absence with sorrow. Rather, she used the space they left to cultivate her own instincts, to refine her attentiveness, and to develop patience. She understood that growth could occur without external direction, that wisdom could be discovered in quiet observation, and that her own gentle attentiveness was a gift she could extend outward in meaningful ways. As night fell, Beth would lie in bed, her notebook open beside her, the soft glow of the lamp casting warm light across the room. She traced constellations on the ceiling with her fingers, inventing stories for each cluster of stars. They were simple stories of kindness, courage, and curiosity, reflections of the world she inhabited and the world she wished to new adolescence brought with it a new layer of awareness for Beth, a gentle but persistent sense that the world carried its own rhythm, its own quiet imperatives which she was only beginning to decipher. The days stretched longer now, carrying subtle pressures, whispers of expectation, and the occasional pang of loneliness that seemed to appear without warning. And yet, Beth moved through it all with the soft attentiveness that had become her companion, noticing the small shifts in light, sound, and emotion that others often overlook. She understood that life was not measured by noise or spectacle, but by the deliberate accumulation of small acts, quiet observations, and patient kindness. School had become a stage of subtler challenges. Group projects demanded compromise, while teachers' offhand remarks tested her patience and focus. Some students thrived on spectacle, on bold gestures and visible successes, but Beth discovered the quiet power of presence. She listened first, not to reply, but to understand. She noticed when someone's shoulders slumped with unspoken fatigue, when a voice trembled in hesitation, when a glance carried more meaning than a paragraph of words. And she responded, not with grand pronouncements, but with subtle attentions. A smile held a moment longer, a pen quietly offered, a hand resting briefly on another's shoulder. These acts of quiet care, though unnoticed by most, wove threads of connection she would carry for years to come. Her friendships deepened in ways that were almost imperceptible. Millie, whose energy had always carried a hint of fire, learned to slow beside Beth, noticing the rhythm of observation as a form of intimacy. Finn, who had developed a quiet courage, discovered in Beth a partner who could sense the subtle shifts of his moods without judgment or intrusion. Together, the three of them began to explore the world with a deliberate, meditative patience, lingering over puddles in the park, watching shadows stretch across fences, tracing clouds as they drifted in improbable formations across the sky. These were not adventures meant for applause, but for understanding, for quiet delight, and for the cultivation of empathy that would guide Beth long after childhood had faded into memory. Beth's home became a laboratory of subtle learning. Her father encouraged experiments of observation and reflection, noting patterns in the changing light, following the flight of a single leaf, tracing the ripple of water over stones. "Everything has a rhythm," he would say, "even if we cannot always see it. Learn to follow it, and it will teach you more than any book." She followed these rhythms with patience, learning that small attentions, repeated over time, could build understanding and inner strength. Her mother, gentle and observant, often joined her in the quiet evenings, sharing thoughts and stories in measured tones, their conversation more about presence than problem-solving. In these moments, Beth discovered that relationships could flourish not only in activity, but in the deliberate recognition of each other's existence. At the creek near the edge of town, Beth spent hours observing the water's steady flow. Pebbles shaped by years of current fascinated her. Their smooth surfaces, the subtle variations of color, the way each seemed to carry its own history. She tossed small stones into the stream, noting the patterns of ripples, the intersection of movements, the way the water adapted without resistance. In these moments, she felt a kinship with the world's quiet persistence, a reflection of her own growth, patient, adaptable, and attentive. The creek taught her that influence need not be forceful. Gentle presence could shape outcomes in ways both subtle and enduring. School hallways carried a different rhythm now, one that demanded attentiveness of a social nature. Beth learned to notice the small, often overlooked gestures, a nervous glance, a foot tapping in hesitation, the subtle tension in a voice barely rising above a whisper. These observations allowed her to navigate friendships with care. She intervened gently when someone seemed burdened, offered small words of encouragement, or simply sat in quiet solidarity. She did not seek recognition. Her satisfaction came from knowing that she had eased another's burden, however slightly. In these quiet acts, Beth's understanding of empathy deepened, her capacity for connection becoming a skill as natural as breathing. Sometimes she imagined the absent Ricks, not with longing but with curiosity. What would they have noticed in her patterns, her gestures, her quiet attentiveness? What wisdom might they have offered, and what would she have learned from their guidance? And yet, even in their absence, Beth found that the universe had lessons of its own, lessons in observation, patience, and the subtle shaping of relationships and moments. The absence created space for her own instincts, her quiet powers, to emerge fully, allowing her to navigate challenges with a clarity and calm that might have been impossible under the weight of external expectations. Beth's evening rituals grew more elaborate, though still soft and unhurried. She arranged her notebook and a small lamp, the light spilling gently across her pages. She sketched the trees she had passed on her walk, captured the curve of a cloud, recorded the small gestures of friends or family that had lingered in her mind. These were not masterpieces meant for display. They were a repository of attention, of reflection, of connection. Each page became a testament to her capacity for care, a gentle archive of moments otherwise destined to fade into the background. In recording them, she anchored herself in a growing understanding of her own powers, the ability to notice, to respond, and to preserve. Her powers manifested in quiet but consistent ways. She noticed when Finn's confidence faltered, when Millie needed reassurance, when a classmate was struggling with homework or life beyond school walls. She responded with patience and care, offering guidance only when needed, creating a space where others could feel safe to explore, make mistakes, or simply exist without judgment. These interactions shaped her identity, embedding the understanding. That influence need not be loud or forceful. Presence, attentiveness, and empathy were sufficient and often more enduring than dramatic gestures. Autumn arrived in slow waves, painting the town in shades of gold and crimson. Beth collected leaves, pressed them into her notebook, paired each with observations or questions, and marveled at impermanence. She realized that beauty often resides in fleeting moments, in things that must be noticed and cherished before they fade. This understanding extended to relationships, to conversations, to quiet acts of kindness. Each required attentiveness, each was strengthened by patience. And Beth began to sense that the accumulation of these moments, small, subtle, unnoticed by most, was a kind of quiet heroism, shaping both her character and the lives around her. Sometimes, late at night, she would lie in bed and hum soft melodies she had invented herself. They were gentle tunes, reflective, winding slowly around her thoughts, allowing her to consider the day, the people she had encountered, and the moments she had witnessed. She traced constellations on the ceiling, with her eyes inventing stories for each cluster of stars, stories of patience, courage, and subtle influence. And in these lullabies, she acknowledged her own growth, her own emerging powers, and the quiet satisfaction of moving through the world with attentiveness, empathy, and care. As she drifted towards sleep, Beth whispered softly to the night, "I see you, little world. I notice all of you." The wind outside tapped lightly against the window, the faint hum of distant traffic carried through the stillness, and the soft pulse of her own breath became a lullaby. She understood, in a way she would carry through adulthood, that life's meaning often resided not in grand gestures, but in the quiet accumulation of care, observation, and empathy. Even without Ricks to guide her, she had found a rhythm, a quiet authority, a steady current of presence that could shape moments, relationships, and hearts with a gentle, enduring grace. In that darkened room, as her eyelids closed and her body relaxed, Beth felt a sense of continuity stretching behind and before her, the quiet mornings of childhood, the evolving friendships, the small experiments in attention and care. She knew that her powers were subtle but persistent, like the flow of water over stone, shaping the world patiently, insistently, without need for recognition or applause. And as sleep carried her into dreams, she held the first inklings of confidence, the soft assurance that her attentiveness, empathy, and quiet care were enough, that her small acts mattered, and that she was quietly becoming someone remarkable in ways both visible and unseen. Ucha. She hummed quiet melodies, her lullabies winding slowly around her thoughts, anchoring her in the soft assurance that the slow accumulation of small attentions, patient observation, and empathy was enough. And as her eyelids finally closed, Beth whispered into the darkness, a gentle acknowledgement of the world and herself. "I see you. I notice you. I will carry this with me." The night seemed to respond, the soft rustle of leaves outside the window, the distant hum of the town, and the quiet beat of her own heart forming a lullaby that cradled her into sleep. In this slow, deliberate unfolding, she felt the first inkling of strength that required no spectacle, no rush, No loud applause, only quiet, enduring presence, and the knowledge that observing, understanding, and caring could be a kind of heroism all its own. The afternoons had begun to stretch with a peculiar softness, as if the world itself was yielding space for contemplation. Beth noticed the subtle shift in the light as it bent across rooftops, the gentle hum of wind through the trees, the quiet chatter of children playing far down the street. These were not remarkable moments by ordinary standards, yet she found herself lingering in them, tracing their rhythm, and feeling as though the world spoke directly to her if she simply paused to listen. She had begun to understand that attention, careful and unhurried, could reveal depths that rushed observation never reached. School had become a mosaic of small interactions, each one carrying potential lessons she had yet to articulate. There were teachers who spoke too quickly, whose words raced past the slow unfolding of understanding that she required. There were classmates whose moods shifted unpredictably, and in their subtleties Beth discovered patterns, a tremor in a voice, a hesitation in gesture, the tilt of a head that signaled vulnerability. Her powers of observation, always quiet, had matured. They were no longer simply curiosities, but instruments of care. She offered her attention freely, knowing that noticing alone could be a balm. Sometimes a nod, a brief smile, or a quiet word was enough to steady someone's day, and Beth took a humble satisfaction in that. Millie had begun to explore her own boundaries, pushing outward, testing edges, while Beth remained a soft anchor. They would walk together, sometimes in silence, sometimes in whispered conversations, observing leaves trembling with dew or the subtle ripple of wind across water. Beth realized that her gift lay not in leading or directing, but in grounding. Others creating a space in which her friends could explore without fear. Finn had grown more deliberate, his quiet courage deepened, and he learned to trust the spaces Beth offered. Together, the three of them formed an unspoken rhythm, a shared understanding of patience and presence that needed no applause to be meaningful. Her home continued to be a sanctuary, a place where time moved with gentle deliberation. Evenings were for reflection, for slow meals, for observation of patterns in light, sound, and motion. Her father would sit beside her, encouraging her attentions without ever imposing instruction. "The world teaches," he said softly, "if you are willing to pay attention." Her mother, warm and patient, offered companionship that did not demand words, allowing Beth to sit beside her in quiet conversation or shared silence. These rituals became anchors, guiding her through periods of uncertainty, helping her understand that presence itself was a form of strength, and that the cultivation of attention could be as potent as any skill learned from books or teachers. Beth began to recognize the subtle power of her empathy. A classmate who spoke softly about struggles at home would receive her listening without judgment, her attention a quiet assurance that someone cared. When Millie faltered in confidence, Beth would sit beside her, sometimes offering gentle words, sometimes simply her presence. Finn, too, relied on Beth's attentiveness, sensing in her a calm steadiness that allowed him to explore courage at his own pace. These acts were invisible to most, unnoticed by the bustling world around them, but they left marks in ways that Beth could not always quantify. She understood now that influence could be quiet, patient, and soft, yet infinitely more enduring than spectacle or force. Autumn deepened around them, leaves drifting in patterns that seemed deliberate rather than random. Beth collected them, pressing the most intricate into her notebook, pairing each with observations or reflections. She discovered that impermanence carried lessons beyond aesthetic appreciation. Every falling leaf was a reminder that attention mattered, that noticing, recording, and preserving small details allowed beauty and memory to persist even as the world changed. This practice became both ritual and meditation, a quiet cultivation of understanding that would carry her into the coming years, shaping the way she approached relationships, challenges, and her own sense of purpose. One day, as the sunlight softened across the library floor, Beth discovered a forgotten shelf of books, each one containing sketches, notes, and observations by students long graduated. She traced the margins with her fingers, absorbing the quiet curiosity of voices from the past. It struck her that attention and reflection were timeless. Small acts of noticing could connect generations. In that moment, she understood that her own attentiveness was not a solitary pursuit, but part of a continuum of human care and observation. Even in the absence of Ricks, she realized, the universe offered guidance in the forms of stories, reflections, and subtle patterns that required patience and sensitivity to perceive. Evenings often found her at the edge of town, walking beneath the branches of trees that had grown wide and sturdy, their leaves trembling in the soft wind. She observed the creek, now flowing steadily after recent rains, tracing the movement of water over stones worn smooth with time. She would drop small pebbles, noting the ripples' subtle collisions and the way currents bent around obstacles. There was a meditation in this practice, a realization that influence need not be grandiose. Quiet presence could alter patterns gently, persistently, and beautifully. She understood that her attentiveness, small though it may seem, could shape experiences, perceptions, and the unfolding of moments in ways that were both meaningful and enduring. Beth's small rituals extended into song. She hummed soft melodies, wandering from room to room, letting the notes drift like smoke over furniture and walls. The tunes carried memory, hope, and reflection, looping in subtle patterns that resonated with the rhythm of her mind. These lullabies were her companions, soft guides through quiet evenings, reminders that care, attention, and presence were forms of nourishment as vital as food or water. They accompanied her into sleep, carrying the accumulated lessons of the day, patience, empathy, and the recognition that the world, when observed with care, offered both wonder and guidance. Her adolescence also brought the first awareness of subtle loss. Friends moved away, routines shifted, and she began to notice the absence of familiar voices and presences. Yet even here, she cultivated a form of acceptance. She wrote reflections in her notebook, noting memories of shared laughter, fleeting glances, and moments of understanding. She realized that absence too could be observed, acknowledged, and honored. Loss was not a void, but a space that could teach attentiveness, resilience, and the quiet joy of having experienced something meaningful. At night, Beth lay in bed, tracing constellations across the ceiling with her eyes. She invented stories for each cluster, small narratives of courage, empathy, and patience. Sometimes she imagined the absent Ricks watching over her, offering fragmented wisdom, their guidance now transformed into an internal compass of careful observation. She did not mourn their absence. Instead, she embraced it, allowing it to shape her attentiveness, empathy, and quiet power. Her understanding of influence, of the subtle shaping of moments and relationships, deepened with every whispered lullaby and every careful observation recorded in her notebook. As she drifted towards sleep, she whispered softly to herself and to the night, "I see you, little world, I notice all of you." The hum of distant traffic, the gentle sway of tree branches, and the pulse of her own breath formed a quiet symphony. She felt anchored in the rhythm of life, in the subtle power of attention and care, in the knowledge that even without loud guidance or dramatic spectacle, she could shape the world and the hearts within it through presence alone. In these quiet hours, Beth understood that the accumulation of small attentions, reflections, and acts of empathy was already a kind of heroism, steady and enduring. And as her eyelids closed, her breathing slowing into the soft cadence of dreams, Beth felt the first hint of a truth she would carry far into the future, that patience, empathy, and quiet attentiveness were more powerful than any flash of brilliance or outward show. She was learning to trust her instincts, her observations, and her gentle influence, understanding that the slow, deliberate accumulation of care could shape her world and the lives of those she touched. And in that understanding she felt a sense of quiet wonder, a calm contentment, and a deep readiness for whatever the next days would offer. Beth began to notice how the smallest gestures could ripple far beyond the moment in which they occurred. It started with a smile shared at the edge of a hallway, a word spoken softly to a classmate when they struggled to find the right answer, or a note left quietly in a friend's notebook. These acts were fleeting, almost invisible, yet she felt their resonance, the way they lingered long after the initial encounter, shaping moods, shifting perspectives, and creating spaces of comfort where tension once resided. She understood now that influence need not roar to be felt. It could drift like a subtle fragrance, altering the atmosphere in ways both quiet and profound. At school, the days continued their rhythmic progression, each carrying new nuances for Beth to observe. Teachers spoke with hurried cadences, assignments came in waves, and her classmates jostled with varying degrees of attention and care. Beth moved through this with the same soft attentiveness that had become her hallmark. She noticed the subtle tremor in Finn's hand when he worried about an upcoming test, the hesitant gaze Millie cast toward a group project she feared might unravel, the way a quiet student lingered near the library, carrying a sense of invisible burden. And she responded with presence, with attention, offering small gestures of reassurance that were rarely noticed by anyone else, yet held weight far beyond the classroom walls. The creek, which had been her sanctuary for years, continued to teach her patience and quiet reflection. She watched water slide over stones worn smooth by time, noting how currents intersected, separated, and then found harmony again. She dropped small pebbles into the flow, tracing the subtle ripples as they merged with existing patterns. In these exercises, she found an almost meditative understanding of life. Influence need not be forceful to matter, and careful attention could ripple outward, shaping outcomes with a gentle insistence. Sometimes she imagined the absent Ricks, observing her quietly, not with judgment or expectation, but with curiosity. She didn't need their presence to validate her growth. The world itself was providing lessons in abundance, if she chose to pay attention. Evenings at home were gentle and reflective. Beth continued her rituals, arranging her notebook beside a lamp whose light spilled softly across the pages. She recorded observations of nature, subtle interactions with friends, and fleeting moments of wonder she encountered throughout the day. The notebook became a map of her inner life, a repository for attentiveness, empathy, and reflection. In sketching a leaf pressed into the pages or tracing a shadow she had noticed on the playground, she cultivated a sense of continuity, preserving moments that might otherwise fade into the background. These rituals were more than habit. They were nourishment, and they shaped her understanding of both herself and the world she moved through. Her friendships deepened in ways that were often subtle but profoundly meaningful. Millie had begun to explore her own ambitions and curiosities, often testing boundaries or taking bold steps in thought and action. Beth, in response, offered a calm anchor, observing without judgment, allowing space for exploration, and intervening only when care was needed. Finn, meanwhile, relied increasingly on Beth's presence, trusting her instinctive attention and patient guidance. Together, the three of them formed a quiet, almost imperceptible network of support, a rhythm of companionship that did not demand grand gestures or loud affirmations, yet carried a sense of security and belonging that was deep and enduring. Beth began to recognize patterns in her own growth. She noticed how moments of attentiveness strengthened relationships, how small acts of kindness created subtle but lasting ripples, and how quiet observation often led to understanding before words were even exchanged. Her empathy became more refined, capable of sensing not only overt distress but also the faintest tremors of uncertainty or hesitation. She learned to respond in ways that were measured, patient, and nuanced, creating spaces of trust that allowed others to flourish without pressure. In this, she discovered the profound power of presence and the gentle heroism inherent in quiet attentiveness. Beth also began to recognize the quiet weight of absence and impermanence. Friends moved away, familiar routines shifted, and she began to see the fleeting nature of moments more clearly. Yet she learned to hold these absences gently, preserving memory without clinging, honoring what was no longer present while remaining attentive to the world she still inhabited. She recorded these reflections in her notebook, pairing them with pressed leaves, sketches, or simple lines of thought. She discovered that observing absence, just as much as presence, could cultivate patience, resilience, and empathy. At night, she lay in bed tracing constellations across the ceiling with her eyes, inventing stories for each cluster, stories of courage, patience, and quiet attentiveness. Sometimes the absent Ricks were present in her imagination, observing from afar, offering subtle guidance she had learned to interpret internally. Their absence, rather than a loss, had become a space for cultivating her own strengths, her own rhythm, her own quiet power. She felt a sense of confidence in the slow accumulation of care, attention, and reflection, understanding that these were the tools through which she shaped her world and the hearts of those around her. As sleep approached, Beth whispered softly to herself and to the night, "I notice you. I see all of you." The wind tapped lightly against her window, the distant sounds of the town drifted through her room, and the pulse of her own breath formed a gentle rhythm, a lullaby she carried within herself. She felt anchored in the patterns of life, in the accumulation of small acts of care, in the subtle influence of quiet attentiveness. Even in the absence of grand guidance or dramatic interventions, she understood that her presence mattered, that the soft, deliberate acts of observation and empathy she offered could ripple outward, shaping experiences in ways that were meaningful and enduring. And as her eyelids closed and the world softened into dreams, Beth carried the quiet assurance that her life, though lacking in spectacle, was rich with purpose. She had learned to notice, to respond, to preserve, and to care. These small acts were her quiet heroism, her enduring influence, and her soft power, shaping the world and the hearts she encountered in ways invisible but lasting. In this understanding, she felt calm, connected, and quietly content, ready to meet the unfolding days with attentiveness, patience, and quiet courage. The first hints of winter brushed against the town as Beth moved through her days with a quiet awareness that was both comforting and grounding. The air carried a crispness that made her lungs expand with subtle pleasure, and the grey light of mornings reflected softly against frost-laced windows. She noticed the quiet transformations of the world, the way her breath formed clouds in the cold, the way her footsteps left temporary impressions on damp ground, the way bare branches reached skyward like delicate filigree. These details were no longer curiosities. They were companions, subtle teachers that reminded her of the rhythms of change and the gentle passage of time. At school, Beth's attentiveness deepened in unexpected ways. She became aware of the nuances of conversation, the unspoken tensions among classmates, and the delicate shifts in tone that indicated unvoiced worries. When Millie's energy flagged during a project, Beth would subtly redirect conversation, offering space for ideas to emerge without pressing her friend to speak. Finn, who had grown more reserved in his teenage years, often found reassurance in her quiet presence, sometimes leaning against her shoulder or simply walking beside her as a wordless acknowledgement of trust. Beth understood now that relationships were not only built through action, but through attentiveness, patience, and the gentle practice of noticing when words were insufficient. Home remained a sanctuary, a place where reflection and quiet observation were nurtured. The evenings were filled with ritual. She arranged her notebook and pen beside a soft lamp, sketched patterns she had observed in the day, pressed small leaves she had collected during walks, and wrote brief reflections on interactions or fleeting moments. Her father would occasionally join her, sitting nearby without interruption, allowing her to move through her thoughts at her own pace. Her mother, warm and steady, provided companionship without demand, reinforcing the sense that home was a space of quiet affirmation, a foundation for growth and understanding. These evenings were not hurried, nor were they performative. They were meditative, formative, and rich with subtle understanding. Beth's walks became more deliberate with the onset of frost. She observed the interplay of light on icy branches, the way snowflakes or frost patterns etched themselves onto surfaces, and the faint sparkle of frozen puddles in the muted daylight. She discovered that beauty was often most profound when fleeting, when subtle, when it required attentiveness to perceive. In these walks she practiced patience, reflection, and the cultivation of empathy, not only toward people, but toward the natural world, the rhythms of the town, and the quiet movements of life that too often went unnoticed. The world seemed to hum with patterns that only revealed themselves to those willing to observe. Her friendships deepened in ways that were both comforting and surprising. Millie began to confide in her with thoughts previously unspoken, trusting Beth to listen without judgment, to respond without directing, and to honor her experiences. Finn, growing more aware of his own strengths and vulnerabilities, learned to rely on Beth's attentive presence as a stabilizing force. Together, the three of them shared moments of quiet understanding. A lingering glance at the frozen creek, a soft laugh at a remembered incident, a shared moment of watching the wind move through barren branches. These interactions required neither grandeur nor spectacle. Yet they built a sense of connection, trust, and continuity that felt remarkably enduring. Beth also began to notice the subtle dynamics of absent voices in her life. The Ricks, though physically absent, were present in her imagination as distant observers, their guidance transformed into internal reflection. Sometimes she imagined what advice they might offer, what curiosity they might express, and how their presence, or absence, shaped her own internal compass. She realized that wisdom did not always need to arrive externally. It could emerge from reflection, from careful observation, and from the patient integration of small insights over time. This understanding strengthened her sense of self, her quiet attentiveness, and her ability to act with measured empathy in daily life. Evenings were accompanied by soft, humming melodies, quietly vibrating through her room as she reflected on the day. These songs were not meant for performance, but for the cultivation of internal rhythm, for recording the subtleties of observation, and for honoring her capacity to perceive and respond. She traced constellations across the ceiling, inventing stories for each cluster, tales of resilience, patience, and small acts of courage. In these narratives, she situated herself as a participant in the quiet currents of the world, learning that her attention, empathy, and reflection were forms of influence as profound as any outwardly dramatic act. At school, Beth began to notice not only the struggles of her closest friends, but also the quiet burdens of others. A classmate who sat silently in the corner of the library, the hesitation of someone raising a hand in discussion, the unspoken tension in a whispered conversation, all were recorded in her mind with gentle care. She learned to respond subtly. A supportive glance, a whispered word of encouragement, or a quiet presence at the right moment. These gestures required no recognition, no applause, yet they carried a weight that influenced the course of interactions, gradually weaving trust and care into her relationships. Beth's reflections extended to impermanence and change. Friends shifted, routines evolved, and moments passed into memory. She pressed these fleeting experiences into her notebook, drawing connections between the movement of seasons, the flow of water in the creek, and the impermanent patterns in human interactions. She recognized that the world was a series of intersections, brief yet meaningful, delicate yet enduring. By noticing, reflecting, and recording, she began to feel a subtle authority over her own experiences, a quiet mastery of observation and understanding that shaped both her inner world and the external spaces she inhabited. Winter nights carried a softness that invited contemplation. She lay in bed tracing constellations on the ceiling, connecting stars into imagined narratives of care, patience, and resilience. Sometimes she pictured the Ricks in distant corners of her imagination, observing with curiosity and quiet amusement, their absence becoming a canvas for her own developing wisdom. She understood that her guidance did not need to be taught by anyone else. It emerged from careful attention, empathy, and reflective practice. These moments anchored her, creating continuity and stability even amidst change. As sleep approached, Beth whispered to the darkness, a gentle. The quiet rhythm of winter settled into Beth's life like a companion she could trust. Days unfolded with a deliberate pace, each carrying the subtle promise of observation and reflection. She found herself lingering at the edge of familiar routines, noticing patterns and gestures that often went unseen. A friend's hesitant glance, the way sunlight struck the edge of a page, the faint ripple of frost across a window pane. Each small detail became a portal into understanding, a gentle reminder that life was composed of layers, many of which required patience to perceive. In these moments, Beth felt the deep resonance of her own attentiveness, the soft power of noticing, and the quiet satisfaction of care that needed no acknowledgement. School continued its gentle challenges. Group projects demanded collaboration, yet the subtleties of human interaction often proved more complex than any assignment. Beth moved with quiet awareness, sensing the unspoken tensions that hovered between classmates. When Millie faltered under the pressure of presentation, Beth offered a hand to steady her, a whispered encouragement, or simply her presence, allowing her friend to regain confidence without drawing attention. Finn, whose quiet courage had grown steadily over the months, often looked to Beth for reassurance in moments he couldn't articulate. She learned to respond with timing and delicacy, realizing that subtle attentiveness could shape outcomes far more effectively than bold intervention. Her empathy, once a tender curiosity, had become a refined instrument. She began to notice the faint tremor in someone's voice, the slight slouch of a shoulder, or the restless tapping of fingers, understanding that these small signs often held truths unspoken. She responded not with judgment or correction, but with patience and care. Sometimes it was a smile held a fraction longer, a word whispered softly, or a quiet act of service that shifted the energy of a room. These gestures were invisible to most, yet their effects rippled gently, altering experiences and creating spaces of comfort. Beth realized that influence need not be dramatic. The quiet shaping of moments through empathy and presence was a power that endured in ways both subtle and profound. The creek, now partially frozen with the early approach of deep winter, remained her sanctuary. She traced the flow of water around, ice-laden stones, observing the gentle persistence of movement even beneath the frozen surface. She tossed small pebbles, noting the ripples as they met the subtle resistance of ice, and imagined the lessons in patience and adaptability inherent in such natural patterns. In these meditations, she discovered that influence and attention could flow around obstacles, shaping life quietly and insistently. The creek had become a mirror reflecting not only the natural world, but the unfolding patterns of her own growth, her attentiveness, and her emerging understanding of quiet power. Home was a sanctuary for reflection and soft ritual. Evenings were devoted to the careful arrangement of her notebook, the pressing of delicate leaves, and the recording of observations from the day. Her father occasionally joined her, sitting nearby without interrupting, offering quiet encouragement through presence alone. Her mother, patient and gentle, shared small conversations and soft companionship, reinforcing the sense that home was a space of understanding and continuity. These rituals nurtured Beth's growth, creating a foundation for her empathy, her attentiveness, and her reflective practice, a grounding from which she could approach the world with calm curiosity. Beth's walks through the town became more intentional, almost meditative. She noticed how frost traced patterns on fences, the way snow clung to branches with delicate precision, and the subtle glow of streetlights reflected on wet sidewalks. She observed passers-by with careful attention, noting gestures and expressions, imagining the inner landscapes they carried, and holding their subtleties without judgment. Sometimes she offered small gestures, a nod, a smile, a gentle word, transforming her quiet attentiveness into a subtle force that altered moods and interactions without fanfare. She began to understand that her influence, though quiet, had a ripple effect, shaping experiences and relationships through patient observation and care. Her friendships continued to deepen with understated significance. Millie, increasingly bold and adventurous, relied on Beth's steady presence when life felt uncertain, finding reassurance in the calm attentiveness that never demanded explanation. Finn, whose confidence had grown with time, occasionally returned the favor, offering gestures of quiet support and trust that solidified their shared rhythm. The three of them shared moments that required neither words nor dramatic displays. Watching the wind move through bare trees, tracing patterns in frost across a window pane, and lingering in shared silences that carried their own weight. These interactions, gentle and understated, formed a deep continuity, a bond built not on spectacle, but on quiet understanding and mutual attentiveness. Beth also began to notice how absence could shape perception. Friends moved on, routines shifted, and familiar presences faded from the everyday pattern of her life. She recorded these absences in her notebook alongside observations of the world, preserving them without clinging, honoring memory, while remaining present to the ongoing rhythms of life. In doing so, she cultivated patience and resilience, understanding that the world's impermanence could be approached with care and reflection rather than sorrow. Absence became another form of pattern to observe, a quiet lesson in the subtle dynamics of life, relationships, and growth. At night, Beth hummed soft, winding melodies, allowing them to drift through her room as she reflected on the day. These songs were not performances, but exercises in internal rhythm, capturing moments of observation, reflection, and subtle insight. She traced constellations across the ceiling, inventing stories for each cluster, tales of quiet courage, patience, and attentive care. In these narratives, she imagined herself as an agent of gentle influence, capable of shaping experience and perception through mindfulness and subtle action. The absent Ricks were sometimes present in her imagination, distant observers whose guidance had become an internal compass rather than an external requirement. Beth's ability to perceive subtle emotional currents extended beyond her immediate circle. She noticed classmates carrying hidden burdens, overheard fragments of conversation, and observed the delicate shifts in mood that suggested unspoken conflict. She responded with gestures that were gentle and unobtrusive, offering a quiet smile, a word of encouragement, or simply sitting in shared silence. These acts, small and unnoticed by many, became a language of empathy and influence that resonated deeply with those who received them. She began to understand the quiet heroism inherent in attentiveness and the enduring power of subtle, patient care. As she lay in bed each night, Beth whispered softly to the darkness, acknowledging both the day and herself. "I notice you, I see all of you. The distant sounds of the town, the gentle tapping of wind against windows, and the rhythm of her own breathing formed a lullaby that carried her into sleep." She felt a sense of calm rooted in observation, empathy, and quiet influence, understanding that her attentiveness was a tool capable of shaping both her inner life and the lives of those around her. Even in the absence of dramatic guidance or external validation, she knew that her presence mattered. And as her eyelids closed and her mind drifted into dreams, Beth felt the quiet assurance that her life, though composed of subtle moments, was rich with purpose. Her acts of care, attentiveness, and reflection were her soft heroism, shaping the world gently but persistently. In this understanding, she felt content, secure, and quietly powerful, ready to meet each new day with observation, empathy, and calm courage, acknowledgement of the world and herself. "I notice you. I see all of you." The distant hum of the town, the faint rustle of leaves outside, and the rhythm of her own breathing formed a quiet lullaby, a soft current carrying her into rest. She felt anchored in the rhythm of life, secure in her ability to influence subtly, to nurture quietly, and to act with enduring presence. Even without overt guidance or external validation, she recognized that her attentiveness, empathy, and reflection were powerful forces, shaping both her experiences and the lives of those she touched. And as sleep carried her into the quiet realm of dreams, Beth felt a deep, serene understanding that her quiet attentiveness, her patient observation, and her gentle acts of care were enough. They were her soft heroism, her quiet influence, and the enduring strength she carried into the world. In this understanding, she felt content, connected, and ready to meet each new day with curiosity, patience, and quiet courage. The first snow had fallen quietly, settling in a gentle blanket across rooftops, sidewalks, and tree branches, transforming the town into a place of stillness and reflection. Beth walked slowly along familiar streets, feeling the cold air fill her lungs, noticing how each flake clung to her coat, her hair, her eyelashes, and vanished as quickly as it arrived. She had always loved these moments, when the world seemed hushed and intimate, and the weight of observation carried with it a serene responsibility. Life moved with a quiet rhythm, and she had learned to attune herself to it, letting small gestures of attention ripple outward without demand or expectation. School continued with its quiet lessons in human behavior. Beth found herself increasingly aware of the subtle dynamics that shaped her classmates' days, the way someone hesitated to ask a question, the slight tension in a shoulder before a presentation, the tremor of excitement or worry in a voice too soft to be heard by most. She had developed a sensitivity to these faint signals, an instinctive understanding that they carried meaning, often more than words ever could. And she had begun to act upon them, not with intrusion or grand gestures, but with presence, attentiveness, and subtle guidance, allowing those around her to feel supported without realizing the care behind it. Millie had grown more confident in recent months, testing boundaries in ways that sometimes felt reckless. Yet Beth's calm presence offered a stabilizing influence. When Millie faltered, Beth would place a hand on her shoulder, offer a brief nod, or simply walk beside her in silence, creating a space where courage could emerge naturally. Finn, meanwhile, had begun to rely on Beth's attentiveness in ways he couldn't articulate, trusting her to notice what he did not say. In these moments, Beth realized that her quiet power was not in commanding or directing, but in observing and responding with patience, empathy, and subtle care. Her influence was invisible yet profound, like the slow shaping of a riverbed over time. At home, the evenings were soft and meditative. She arranged her notebook near the warm glow of the lamp, pressed the most intricate snowflakes and leaves she had collected, and recorded reflections on the day's interactions. Her father would sometimes sit nearby, his presence unobtrusive, but reassuring, allowing her to move through her thoughts with freedom. Her mother, with gentle attentiveness, shared quiet moments of connection, offering warmth and comfort without expectation. These routines reinforced Beth's understanding that presence, observation, and reflection were themselves acts of care, and that cultivating attentiveness was a practice as meaningful as any accomplishment. The creek, now partially frozen and glimmering under the low winter sun, remained a sanctuary. Beth observed the water's persistence, flowing around ice and obstacles, moving patiently and deliberately, even when the surface seemed still. She tossed small pebbles into the water, noting the way ripples interacted with the ice and with one another, and considered the parallels in human interactions. Influence did not always require force. Subtle, consistent care could ripple through lives, shaping experiences in ways that were invisible yet enduring. The creek had become a mirror, reflecting both the quiet persistence of nature and the growing depth of Beth's understanding of her own abilities. Beth's walks through the quiet town became moments of meditation and subtle influence. She noticed details that others overlooked, the way frost etched delicate patterns on fences, the shimmer of streetlights against icy puddles, the faint expressions of joy, worry, or curiosity on strangers' faces. Sometimes she offered small gestures, a smile, a brief word, a nod, shaping interactions gently without drawing attention. She recognized that these acts were the quiet work of influence, the shaping of experience through mindfulness and care, and that their effects often lingered far beyond the immediate moment. Her friendships deepened with understated significance. Millie increasingly sought her guidance, trusting Beth's presence to offer calm reassurance without intrusion. Finn, more reserved yet observant, relied on Beth's quiet attentiveness as a stabilizing force, finding in her presence a soft assurance that allowed him to take small risks with confidence. The three of them shared moments of quiet understanding, watching the snow drift through trees, lingering in soft conversation, and inhabiting shared silences. These interactions, though subtle, created a deep continuity of care and connection, a rhythm of attentiveness and trust that did not demand recognition or reward. Beth began to explore the interplay between absence and presence. Friends moved, routines shifted, and familiar patterns faded, leaving gentle voids. She learned to hold these absences delicately, preserving memory without clinging, honoring what had been while remaining fully engaged with the present. Each absence became a lesson in patience, reflection, and empathy, allowing her to understand the impermanence of experience and the quiet power of attending to what remained. She recorded these insights in her notebook, pairing them with pressed leaves, sketches, or brief observations of patterns she noticed in the frozen world around her. At night, Beth hummed soft, wandering melodies that drifted through her room, like smoke. These tunes reflected the day's observations and the subtle patterns of human interaction she had noticed. She traced constellations across the ceiling, inventing stories for each cluster, small tales of courage, patience, and attentiveness. In her imagination, the absent Rick sometimes observed quietly, offering distant counsel. Yet their absence no longer felt like a void. It became a space for Beth to cultivate her own instincts, to trust her judgment, and to understand that influence did not need validation, only careful attention and reflection. Beth also noticed the unseen burdens carried by others. A classmate quietly struggling with homework, a friend hesitant to share a thought in class, a stranger walking alone in the park. These moments were recorded in her mind, paired with subtle acts of care. A word, a gesture, a simple acknowledgement could shift moods, offer comfort, or create space for growth. She realized that small attentions often mattered more than grand gestures, and that the quiet cultivation of empathy and awareness could transform experiences in ways that were lasting and meaningful. As she lay in bed, Beth whispered to the night, "I notice you. I see all of you." The gentle hum of distant life, the soft creaking of the house settling, and the rhythm of her own breathing became a lullaby, carrying her towards sleep. She felt anchored in her capacity for observation, empathy, and quiet influence, understanding that her attentiveness was a tool for shaping both her inner life and the lives of those around her. Even without spectacle, recognition, or guidance from others, she knew her presence mattered. And as her eyelids closed, carrying her gently into dreams, Beth felt a profound calm. Her quiet attentions, patient observations, and subtle acts of care were enough. They formed the threads of her soft heroism, shaping experiences and relationships with care and consistency. In this awareness, she felt connected, grounded, and ready to approach each new day with gentle observation, empathy, and deliberate presence. The world, she realized, could be shaped by softness, patience, and attentiveness, and in that shaping lay her quiet strength. The deep hush of midwinter held the town in a kind of reverent pause. Snow blanketed the streets and rooftops, softening edges and dampening sound, leaving only the faint crunch of footsteps and the occasional whisper of wind through bare trees. Beth walked slowly, her breath forming delicate clouds that dissipated almost immediately, as though the world absorbed them in its quiet rhythm. In this silence, she felt her own presence stretch further, a careful attentiveness that touched not only her immediate surroundings, but also the subtle energy of the town itself. She understood now that being present could influence the world, in ways invisible yet profoundly meaningful. School days continued with their familiar patterns, yet Beth noticed an increasing complexity in human interactions. Subtle tensions between classmates, fleeting glances, hesitant speech. All of it formed a delicate tapestry she was beginning to understand more fully. She moved through it with gentle precision, offering small gestures of reassurance, a kind word whispered just loud enough to be heard, a smile extended without expectation, a presence beside someone who felt uncertain. These interventions were delicate and unremarkable to most, yet their effect was tangible, shifting moods, easing anxieties, and creating small spaces of trust that slowly grew stronger. Millie had started to take small risks, exploring ideas and projects that previously felt out of reach. Beth offered her soft support, neither directing nor judging, but providing a constant presence that allowed Millie to discover her own courage. Finn, too, relied on Beth's quiet attentiveness, sensing in her calm a stabilizing influence that encouraged him to take subtle steps forward. Together, the three of them developed a rhythm, a gentle pattern of companionship built not on grand gestures, but on shared observation, mutual understanding, and the quiet acknowledgement that each of them mattered to the others in ways both visible and unseen. Home remained a sanctuary where soft routines allowed reflection and growth. Evenings were spent with her notebook open, snowflakes and leaves pressed carefully onto the pages, sketches of patterns in the frozen world forming alongside notes on human interactions. Her father often sat nearby, offering reassurance through quiet presence alone, while her mother shared gentle companionship and occasional conversation. These moments reinforced Beth's understanding that attentiveness and observation were themselves acts of care, shaping both her inner world and the external space she inhabited. Home had become a place where influence was subtle but enduring, a quiet laboratory for the cultivation of empathy and awareness. The creek, partially frozen, became a site for reflection and meditation. Beth watched the water slip past ice-laden stones, noting how the current moved with patience, adapting to the obstacles it encountered. Small ripples formed, intersected, and merged, reminding her that influence could flow subtly, creating effects far beyond immediate perception. She dropped pebbles into the water, observing their interaction with ice and currents, and considered the parallels with human life. Even minimal attention, gentle guidance, and quiet presence could shape experiences, sometimes imperceptibly, sometimes profoundly. Her walks through the town were increasingly deliberate. She noticed the smallest gestures of life. A neighbor's hesitant smile, the careful step of a child crossing a slick patch of snow, the quiet concentration of someone reading on a park bench. Beth responded with gestures that were gentle yet intentional, a nod, a fleeting word, or simply walking alongside someone in silence. She began to understand that her attentiveness could ripple outward, shifting the rhythm of experience without drawing notice, creating spaces where comfort, trust, and understanding could take root. Beth's friendships deepened through subtle continuity. Millie, emboldened by Beth's patient presence, began to navigate her own thoughts and ambitions with confidence, while Finn found reassurance in the quiet attentiveness that Beth offered, a stabilizing current that allowed him to act without hesitation. Together they shared moments that required no words, the quiet observation of snow settling on branches, the sound of footsteps through freshly fallen frost, or the soft laughter shared in recognition of something only they understood. These interactions, understated as they were, became a foundation of connection, a rhythm of trust and care that endured without ceremony or spectacle. Beth also grew more aware of absence as a shaping force. Friends moved away, routines shifted, and familiar presences faded from daily life. She learned to hold these absences delicately, honoring the memories they left while remaining attentive to the ongoing rhythm of the present. Each absence became a quiet lesson in patience, reflection, and understanding teaching her that even what is gone continues to shape life in subtle ways. She recorded these reflections in her notebook, pairing them with sketches, pressed leaves, and small observations of patterns she saw in the world, transforming impermanence into a quiet strength. Evenings were accompanied by soft, wandering melodies that drifted through her room, a quiet soundtrack to her reflections. These songs, hummed or whispered, captured the day's observations and the subtle patterns of emotion she had noticed in herself and others. She traced constellations across the ceiling, inventing stories for each cluster, stories of gentle courage, patient observation, and small acts of care that reverberated in silence. In her imagination, the absent Rick sometimes observed quietly, offering guidance that had become an internal compass rather than an external requirement. Their absence, she realized, was a space for cultivating her own instincts, for trusting her own judgments, and for acting with quiet influence. Beth's ability to perceive subtle emotional currents extended beyond her immediate circle. She began to notice classmates carrying invisible burdens, strangers navigating moments of uncertainty, and the small tremors of emotion that passed unnoticed in everyday interactions. She responded with gestures that required no recognition, a smile, a nod, a quiet word, or simply her attentive presence. These acts of subtle care became a language of influence that resonated far beyond the immediate moment, shaping experience and encouraging trust in ways that were invisible yet enduring. As she lay in bed, Beth whispered softly into the night, "I notice you. I see all of you." The gentle hum of distant life, the faint rustle of wind against windows, and the rhythm of her own breathing formed a lullaby that carried her into sleep. She felt anchored in the knowledge that her attentiveness and quiet influence mattered, that subtle observation could shape lives, and that small acts of care and empathy were enough to create meaningful ripples. Even without recognition, spectacle, or guidance, she knew her presence mattered, and that her influence was quietly enduring. And as sleep drew her into its soft embrace, Beth carried with her a serene understanding that her quiet attentiveness, her careful observation, and her gentle acts of care were her own form of heroism. They shaped the world, nurtured relationships, and left lasting impressions that could not always be measured, but were profoundly real. In this understanding, she felt content, grounded, and prepared to meet each new day with patience, empathy, and calm curiosity. Her power lay in softness, in awareness, and in the quiet courage of presence, and in that power she found peace. The frost lingered longer than usual that year, clinging to rooftops, fences, and the skeletal branches of the hayas trees. Beth moved through the quiet streets with her usual attentiveness, the soft crunch of her boots against the snow beneath her feet, forming a subtle rhythm she had come to recognize as comforting. She observed the little signs of life that persisted. Despite the chill, a bird hopping along a fence, footprints left in the freshly fallen snow, and the pale glow of streetlights casting shadows on the frozen sidewalks. Each detail carried a story, a hint of persistence, and a quiet insistence that the world continued even in stillness. At school, Beth noticed more of the delicate patterns that shaped interactions. Conversations between classmates carried subtext. She had grown skilled at perceiving the hesitation before a confession, the nervous glance exchanged between friends, the subtle shifts in tone that revealed concern or curiosity. She responded with the same gentle attentiveness that had become her quiet signature, a small nod, a soft word, or simply walking alongside someone created a space in which confidence and courage could emerge naturally. Her quiet influence was invisible to most, yet tangible to those who were sensitive enough to feel it. Millie, had started to pursue projects that required daring, and Beth's support allowed her to do so without fear. Sometimes it was merely her presence that steadied Millie, a calm reassurance that everything would be all right. Finn, growing more aware of his own resilience, leaned on Beth's quiet understanding to navigate his hesitations and uncertainties. The three of them moved in a delicate rhythm, one that required no explanation, no applause, only mutual trust and shared attentiveness. They found comfort in each other's presence, in the spaces between words, and in the soft acknowledgement that they were not alone. Beth's home continued to be a space of reflection and calm. She spent evenings with her notebook open, recording observations, pressing delicate leaves and snowflakes, and capturing small moments of emotional resonance. Her father's quiet presence and her mother's patient companionship reinforced the understanding that care and attention could take subtle forms, that nurturing did not always demand effortful speech or grand gestures. Home was a canvas on which Beth practiced the art of empathy, observation, and quiet influence, refining the gentle power that shaped her interactions with the world. The creek, partially frozen but never entirely still, remained a source of quiet meditation. Beth studied the water's persistence, noting how currents moved around ice, how small ripples spread beyond the point of contact, and how the flow continued even beneath frozen surfaces. She considered these patterns as metaphors for human interaction. Small attentions, gentle gestures, and quiet presence could ripple outward, shaping experiences in ways that were often invisible but deeply meaningful. The creek became both a mirror and a teacher, reflecting her inner life while offering subtle lessons in patience, persistence, and gentle influence. Beth's walks were a practice in mindfulness. She noticed how the frost traced patterns on windows, how snow clung to branches in delicate arrangements, and how the light shifted through low winter sun. She observed strangers with quiet curiosity, noting gestures, expressions, and moments of hesitation. Small responses, a nod, a smile, a whispered word, were her way of acknowledging the world and the lives intersecting with her own. She understood that these gestures, though subtle, had effects that extended far beyond the immediate moment, creating spaces of trust, comfort, and quiet understanding. Friendships deepened in subtle ways. Millie, increasingly confident, tested limits with the assurance that Beth's presence offered calm support. Finn, learning to trust his instincts, relied on Beth's quiet attentiveness as a stabilizing force. Together, they shared moments that required no words, watching snow settle on tree branches, listening to the soft rhythm of footsteps on fresh snow, and enjoying the laughter that came from recognition rather than explanation. These, understated, interactions formed a continuous thread of connection, a rhythm of care and trust that endured in its own quiet way. Beth's reflections expanded to the notion of absence and presence. Friends moved, routines shifted, and familiar presences faded. She learned to hold absence gently, honoring memory while remaining attentive to what was still present. Each absence became a quiet lesson in patience and understanding, reminding her that even what is gone shapes life subtly. She recorded these reflections in her notebook alongside pressed leaves, delicate sketches, and small observations of the frozen world around her, turning impermanence into a source of quiet strength. Evenings carried soft melodies, hummed or whispered, which drifted through her room as she reflected on the day. These tunes were not performances, but tools of introspection, capturing the subtle movements of emotion, observation, and empathy. Beth traced constellations across her ceiling, creating stories for each cluster, tales of gentle courage, patience and quiet influence. In her imagination, the absent Ricks observed from afar, their guidance having transformed into an internal compass. Their absence was no longer a void. It was a space for Beth to trust her instincts, cultivate judgment, and act with calm influence. Beth also began to notice the invisible burdens carried by those around her. A classmate hesitating to speak, a friend wrestling with uncertainty, a stranger navigating a brief moment of vulnerability. These observations shaped her attention. She responded with gestures that required no recognition, a smile, a small word, or simply her presence. These subtle actions became a language of influence, shaping experience in ways that were invisible but enduring, proving that attentiveness and empathy could ripple beyond the immediate. As she lay in bed, Beth whispered softly to the darkness, "I notice you. I see all of you." The distant hum of life, the gentle creak of the house settling, and the rhythm of her own breathing formed a quiet lullaby carrying her towards sleep. She felt anchored in her attentiveness and quiet influence, aware that subtle observation and gentle acts of care were enough to shape her own inner world and the lives of those she touched. Even without acknowledgement, her presence had power, and it endured beyond immediate perception. And as sleep finally embraced her, Beth felt a profound calm. Her quiet attentions, reflective observations, and subtle gestures of care were her soft heroism, shaping experiences and nurturing connections in ways both invisible and deeply meaningful. In this understanding, she felt grounded, connected, and ready to approach each new day with patience, empathy, and calm attentiveness. Her quiet strength, she realized, was as enduring as the winter snow, shaping the world gently, yet persistently. And in that shaping lay her peace. The pale light of morning touched the rooftops, glinting softly on frost that had survived the night. Beth moved through her home with habitual care, noticing the way sunlight pooled in corners, the faint warmth of the radiator against her fingertips, and the delicate shadow patterns cast by window panes. She paused briefly at the kitchen table, feeling the quiet rhythm of her family's morning routine and sensing the subtleties of their moods, the faint tension in her father's shoulders, the gentle patience in her mother's smile. Each small observation offered her a subtle understanding of the world, and she carried it with her as she stepped outside into the hushed streets, still white from winter's lingering touch. At school, Beth's attentiveness deepened in unexpected ways. She noticed the quiet struggles of classmates who moved like shadows at the edge of conversations, and she began to reach out in ways that required no explanation. A word of encouragement here, a soft glance of reassurance there, a steady presence beside someone unsure of themselves. These were the gestures that began to shape interactions gently, creating spaces where trust and confidence could emerge naturally. Millie, increasingly daring in her choices, relied on Beth's subtle support to navigate moments of uncertainty, while Finn, growing steadily in self-assurance, turned to her quiet attentiveness when he felt hesitation in his steps. Together, the three moved in an unspoken rhythm, a silent understanding of care, trust, and mutual support that required neither words nor grand gestures. Beth's home remained a sanctuary, a place where observation and reflection flowed into each other like quiet streams. Evenings were spent with notebooks open and pressed leaves scattered across pages, capturing delicate patterns of life, snowflakes, frost, and fleeting moments of human expression. Her father would sit nearby, silent and steady, offering reassurance through presence rather than instruction, while her mother shared quiet companionship that encouraged reflection without intrusion. Beth understood that these routines were a form of gentle practice, cultivating the attentiveness and empathy that allowed her to move through the world with subtle influence, shaping her own understanding and that of those around her. The creek, partially frozen but moving steadily, had become a meditation of its own. Beth observed how the water curved around stones, how currents met ice, and how ripples spread beyond their point of origin, shaping surfaces far from where the initial disturbance occurred. She imagined her own gestures in the world as ripples. In the water, small acts of care, quiet attentiveness, and gentle presence that extended farther than immediate perception. The creek, patient and persistent, mirrored her inner understanding. Influence need not be loud or dramatic. It could flow with quiet insistence, shaping life subtly and enduringly. Beth's walks through the town were exercises in observation and empathy. She noticed the patterns of life often overlooked, the careful step of a child across icy pavement, a neighbor adjusting their coat against the chill, the gentle flutter of a scarf caught by the wind. She responded with minimal, unobtrusive gestures. A nod, a brief word, or simply walking alongside someone in silence. These small attentions became a language of influence, creating spaces where comfort, trust, and understanding could take root. Over time, she began to see the cumulative effect. The world responded to quiet care, often in ways invisible but deeply tangible. Her friendships deepened through these subtle interactions. Millie's confidence grew, buoyed by Beth's unwavering presence, while Finn's trust in himself was reinforced by the quiet stability she provided. Together, the three of them shared moments that required no words, the soft pattern of snow on branches, the muted laughter that only made sense to them, and the quiet observation of the natural world. These understated interactions built a rhythm of connection and care, an enduring thread of understanding woven through their daily lives, one that did not demand recognition or ceremony, but existed in the continuity of shared presence. Beth began to perceive absence in new ways. Friends moved, routines shifted, and familiar faces receded from everyday life. She learned to hold absence with delicacy, honoring the memory while remaining present to what continued. Each absence offered a lesson in patience, reflection, and quiet understanding, teaching her that even what was no longer present could shape perception and influence in subtle ways. She recorded these insights in her notebook alongside pressed leaves, small sketches, and fleeting observations of the world around her, transforming impermanence into a source of quiet strength and wisdom. Evenings were accompanied by soft, wandering melodies, hummed or whispered, as Beth reflected on her observations. These songs, flowing from mind to voice without formality or expectation, captured the subtle currents of human interaction, the rhythm of attention, and the practice of empathy. She traced constellations across the ceiling, spinning gentle stories. Around each cluster of stars, tales of courage, patience, and careful influence. The absent Ricks occasionally appeared in her imagination, observing from afar, but their guidance had become internalized. Their absence created space for her to trust her own instincts, cultivating judgment and acting with quiet purpose. Beth also noticed the invisible burdens carried by those around her. A classmate hesitating at the threshold of conversation, a stranger caught in a fleeting moment of uncertainty, a friend holding back thoughts. They were all present in her awareness. She responded with gestures requiring no acknowledgement, a smile, a whispered word, or simply her steady presence. These small acts formed an invisible web of care, shaping experiences and fostering trust and resilience in ways that were imperceptible to most but profoundly felt by those who received them. As she lay in bed at night, Beth whispered softly, "I notice you. I see all of you." The gentle hum of life beyond her walls, the faint creak of the house as it settled into quiet, and the rhythm of her own breathing formed a lullaby that carried her into sleep. She felt grounded in the knowledge that attentiveness and care were enough, that influence need not be dramatic to be meaningful, and that quiet observation shaped both her inner life and the lives of those around her. Even without acknowledgement, she understood her presence mattered and its effects endured. And as her eyes closed, carrying her into the embrace of dreams, Beth felt a deep serenity. Her quiet attentions, reflective observations, and small acts of care were her own form of heroism, shaping the world and nurturing connections with patience and subtlety. In this awareness, she felt connected, grounded, and prepared to meet each new day with empathy, attentiveness, and calm determination. Her quiet strength was enduring, like frost that lingered long after the sun had passed, shaping the world softly yet persistently, and in that gentle shaping lay her peace. The morning light arrived softly, filtering through the frost-laced windows of Beth's room and spilling across the floor in gentle streams. She lay in bed for a few moments, listening to the faint hum of life outside, the wind brushing against bare trees, the distant clatter of shutters, and the subtle echo of a neighbor's footsteps on snow. Each sound carried a texture, a rhythm, a whisper of existence that Beth had come to appreciate in quiet detail. She rose slowly, feeling the warmth of the room against her skin, and moved through her morning with deliberate calm, aware that the world had its own pace and that she was a part of it, delicate yet persistent. At school, Beth's awareness had deepened, almost imperceptibly. She began to notice how her small actions created subtle effects over time. When she offered Millie a gentle word of encouragement, she saw her friend's confidence ripple out to others, small acts of bravery emerging where hesitation had been. Finn, sensing Beth's calm presence, started taking quiet initiatives that reflected a growing trust in himself. Beth's own understanding of influence expanded. It was not the grand gesture that mattered, but the consistent, careful cultivation of attentiveness, empathy, and presence. These ripples moved slowly, yet they reached further than she could immediately perceive, shaping experiences and interactions in gentle, enduring ways. Mornings at home remained a sanctuary. Beth opened her notebook, placing pressed leaves beside sketches of frost patterns she had observed during her walks. She recorded conversations in fragments, noting subtleties of tone and gesture, the delicate ebb and flow of human emotion. Her father often joined her in the quiet, observing without interruption, and her mother shared moments of gentle reflection, offering companionship that nurtured calm and continuity. These evenings reinforced her understanding that care and attention were themselves forms of influence, act that did not require notice, applause, or explanation to be meaningful. The creek, partially frozen and glinting under the pale sunlight, offered another lesson. Beth watched the water curve around ice, noting the delicate persistence of the current. She tossed small stones, observing the ripples spreading far beyond the point of contact, intersecting with currents and eddies that moved independently, yet inevitably carried the impression of the initial disturbance. She thought of human interactions in the same way. A quiet word, a patient gesture, a soft smile, these could shift moods and experiences subtly, leaving traces that endured far beyond the moment. Influence, she realized, could be invisible and persistent, shaping the world gently and effectively. Her walks through the quiet streets had become exercises in meditation and subtle awareness. She noticed how sunlight reflected on ice, how snow traced intricate patterns on rooftops, how the slightest tilt of a shoulder could reveal hesitation, concern, or joy. Beth responded with gestures that were understated but intentional, a nod, a smile, a whispered acknowledgement. She began to see the broader impact of such attentiveness, realizing that small acts of care created networks of subtle understanding and trust, reaching further than she could immediately witness. Friendships flourished in this quiet rhythm. Millie grew more confident, testing her boundaries with assurance, while Finn developed a stronger sense of self, emboldened by Beth's steady presence. The three of them shared moments that required no words, the way snow gathered on tree branches, the muted laughter exchanged over a shared glance, or the quiet observation of fleeting patterns in the world around them. These understated experiences created a continuity of connection that was as real as any spoken acknowledgement, building trust and companionship in a gentle, unspoken way. Beth also reflected more deeply on absence and impermanence. People moved. Away, routines shifted, and familiar presences faded from her daily life. She learned to hold absence with care, honoring the memory without clinging, and remaining attentive to what persisted. Each absence became a lesson in patience, reflection, and understanding, revealing the ways that even what is no longer present continues to shape perception, memory, and influence. She recorded these reflections in her notebook, pairing them with pressed leaves, sketches, and fleeting observations, transforming impermanence into a source of quiet wisdom and resilience. Evenings carried soft melodies, hummed or whispered, drifting through her room as she reflected on the day's observations. These tunes, unformed and delicate, captured patterns of interaction, subtle currents of emotion, and moments of quiet courage. Beth traced constellations across the ceiling, spinning stories around each cluster, small tales of patience, empathy, and careful influence. In these imaginings, the absent Rick sometimes appeared, observing from afar. Yet their presence was no longer necessary as guidance. Beth had internalized their lessons. Their absence created space for her own judgment and quiet authority, allowing her to act with confidence in her understanding and influence. Beth's attentiveness extended to the unseen struggles of others. A classmate hesitating before speaking, a friend navigating uncertainty, a stranger caught in a brief, fragile moment. All were noted in her awareness. She responded with gestures that required no acknowledgement, a smile, a brief word, or simply her calm presence. These subtle acts became a language of care, shaping experiences and fostering trust in ways that could not always be measured but were deeply felt by those who received them. Influence, she realized, need not be dramatic to be enduring. As she lay in bed, Beth whispered softly to the darkness, "I notice you. I see all of you." The gentle hum of distant life, the creak of the house settling, and the rhythm of her own breathing became a lullaby that carried her towards sleep. She felt anchored in the knowledge that attentiveness, reflection, and gentle care were enough, that her influence shaped the world quietly and persistently, even without recognition or applause. The small gestures, the patient observations, and the careful attention she offered carried weight beyond immediate perception, weaving continuity, trust, and calm into her environment. And as sleep embraced her, Beth felt a deep serenity. Her quiet attentions, reflective observations, and subtle acts of care formed her own gentle heroism, shaping the world and nurturing connections through patience and empathy. She felt grounded, connected, and prepared to meet each new day with awareness, calm, and trust in the quiet power of her presence. Her influence soft yet persistent, was as enduring as the frost that lingered long after sunrise, shaping the world delicately and leaving traces of peace in its wake. The light arrived. Later that morning, soft and muted, spilling over the rooftops in a pale haze that made every surface shimmer, Beth walked slowly along the familiar streets, noticing the delicate textures of winter frost and the faint gleam of ice on branches. Her breath formed small clouds that disappeared quickly into the cold air, and she felt the quiet rhythm of life around her. Each sound, each movement, each gesture seemed to speak in its own subtle way, and she carried the awareness with her like a gentle lantern, illuminating moments that others might overlook. At school, Beth noticed patterns of influence emerging in ways she had not yet recognized. A small gesture she had offered a week before, a whispered word of encouragement, a patient glance, a steady presence beside someone uncertain, was quietly reflected back to her in changes she could see. Classmates standing taller, speaking with more confidence, or sharing moments of kindness with others. She realized that the ripples of attentiveness could extend far beyond the immediate moment, affecting not only those she touched directly, but also those who moved in their circles. Influence, she understood now, was cumulative, persistent, and often invisible, yet it shaped the world in profound ways. Millie had grown more adventurous, experimenting with ideas and taking small risks that had once felt impossible. Beth's calm support allowed her to explore these challenges without fear, offering guidance through presence rather than instruction. Finn, quietly strengthening his sense of self, began to make subtle decisions that reflected a newfound confidence, informed by Beth's unwavering attentiveness. Together, they had formed a rhythm of shared understanding, one that required no words, no grand gestures, and no validation, only the steady, persistent recognition of each other's presence and worth. Evenings at home were sacred in their quiet rhythm. Beth spread her notebook across the table, pressing delicate leaves and arranging sketches alongside fragments of observations. Each page held moments of reflection, fragments of conversations, subtle shifts in tone, and glimpses of emotion that she had captured throughout the day. Her father sometimes joined her, silent but steady, offering reassurance in his mere presence, while her mother shared quiet companionship and gentle conversation. These hours reinforced Beth's understanding that influence and care did not require spectacle or recognition. They existed quietly, yet their effects were enduring. The creek, half frozen and sparkling under a faint winter sun, became her daily meditation. Beth observed the water winding around ice, flowing past obstacles, and forming ripples that intersected with currents far from their origin. She imagined these ripples as symbolic of human interaction, small, consistent acts of care and attentiveness carried far beyond immediate perception, shaping moments, connections, and experiences in ways that could not always be seen. The creek mirrored her own growth, reflecting the power of subtle influence, patience, and presence, teaching her that quiet persistence could accomplish as much as any dramatic act. Walks through the town became exercises in gentle observation and subtle influence. Beth noticed the smallest gestures of life, neighbors adjusting their coats, children taking careful steps across icy paths, the faint tension in a passerby's posture. Her responses were simple but deliberate, a smile, a brief acknowledgement, or walking quietly alongside someone. These acts of attentiveness, though invisible to most, created an atmosphere of reassurance and trust, allowing others to feel noticed and understood in ways that were deeply grounding and comforting. Friendships continued to deepen in subtle, meaningful ways. Millie, emboldened by Beth's presence, explored new ideas and took small, deliberate risks. Finn, encouraged by Beth's calm attentiveness, developed confidence in his own judgment, discovering the quiet satisfaction of self-trust. The three shared moments of understated understanding, the pattern of snowflakes on a tree, the muted laughter that only they could understand, and the quiet observation of life's small textures. These interactions, simple and unassuming, created an enduring thread of connection that needed no recognition or ceremony, existing instead in continuity and care. Beth's understanding of absence grew with new clarity. People moved, routines shifted, and familiar presences faded. She learned to hold absence with grace, honoring memories without clinging and remaining present to what persisted. Absence became a teacher, illustrating the subtleties of impermanence and the quiet ways. It shapes perception, memory, and influence. She recorded these reflections in her notebook alongside pressed leaves, delicate sketches, and fleeting observations of her surroundings, transforming impermanence into wisdom, resilience, and understanding. Evenings were accompanied by soft, wandering melodies hummed or whispered in the stillness of her room. These songs captured the currents of human interaction, the subtle rhythms of attention and care, and the quiet acts of courage she had observed or performed. Beth traced constellations across the ceiling, inventing stories for each cluster, tales of patience, empathy, and influence that extended beyond the immediate moment. In these stories, the absent Ricks occasionally appeared, observing from a distance, yet their presence had become internalized. Their absence no longer felt like a void, it was an invitation for Beth to cultivate her instincts, trust her judgment, and act with quiet authority. Beth also perceived the unseen burdens carried by those around her. Classmates hesitated to speak, friends wrestled with uncertainty, strangers navigated brief, fragile moments. She responded with gestures that required no acknowledgement, a smile, a small word, or her calm, attentive presence. These acts, subtle, yet deliberate, formed a quiet language of influence that rippled through human interactions, shaping experiences, fostering trust, and encouraging resilience in ways that were profound, though often invisible. As Beth lay in bed each night, she whispered softly to the darkness, "I notice you, I see all of you." The gentle hum of distant life, the quiet settling of the house, and the rhythm of her own breathing formed a lullaby that carried her toward sleep. She felt anchored in the understanding that attentiveness and care were sufficient, that subtle observation and gentle influence shaped both her inner world and the world around her. Even without acknowledgement, recognition, or applause, she knew her presence had weight and her influence endured. And as sleep drew her gently into its embrace, Beth felt a profound serenity. Her quiet attentions, reflective observations, and small acts of care were her soft heroism, shaping experiences and nurturing connections through patience and empathy. She felt grounded, connected, and ready to face each new day with awareness, calm, and trust in the enduring power of gentle influence. Her quiet strength, persistent yet soft, was as enduring as frost on winter branches, shaping the world delicately while leaving subtle traces of peace and care. Morning arrived pale and still, brushing rooftops with a muted glow that made each frost-covered branch and icy window pane shimmer softly. Beth walked slowly along the familiar streets, her boots leaving gentle impressions in the thin layer of snow. She listened to the faint rhythm of life around her, the wind brushing against bare trees, a distant bird's call, the subtle scuff of footsteps echoing down quiet alleys. Every sound carried texture and meaning, and she moved with a deep attentiveness, noticing small details that might otherwise go unseen. Her awareness felt like a lantern in the soft winter light, illuminating moments that required no words to be recognized. At school, Beth's quiet influence began to ripple further than she had anticipated. Small gestures she had offered, an encouraging glance, a patient word, a simple presence beside someone uncertain, were reflected back to her in subtle ways. She saw classmates carrying themselves with more confidence, sharing acts of kindness that mirrored the gentleness she had introduced, and reaching out to support one another with care. The effects were cumulative, invisible to many, yet profoundly felt in the delicate rhythms of daily life. Beth began to understand that influence was a long game, a persistent shaping of experience through observation, attention, and subtle guidance. Millie continued to take small risks, exploring ideas that once would have seemed impossible. Beth's steady presence allowed her friend to navigate these moments without fear, offering calm reassurance rather than instruction. Finn, learning to trust his instincts, started making subtle choices that reflected growing self-assurance, shaped by Beth's quiet attentiveness. The three of them had developed an unspoken rhythm, a soft understanding that required no words, no validation, only the continuity of care and the steady acknowledgement of each other's presence. In these small moments, Beth saw the quiet power of persistence, the ability to shape lives gently over time without demand or recognition. At home, Beth's routines remained meditative and intentional. She opened her notebook, placing delicate leaves beside sketches of frost patterns, recording moments of observation and reflection. Her father's quiet presence provided steady reassurance, while her mother offered gentle companionship and conversation. These evenings reinforced the understanding that influence need not be dramatic to be meaningful. Attentiveness, patience, and care were enough to shape her world and the people within it. Beth recognized that her quiet rituals, observing, reflecting, and nurturing, were themselves acts of soft heroism, extending subtle impact far beyond immediate perception. The creek, partially frozen and glinting in the pale winter sun, continued to be a sanctuary of reflection. Beth studied the water's movement around ice, observing how ripples spread outward, intersecting with currents far from their origin. She imagined her own actions in life as similar ripples, small gestures of attention and care moving through the world, touching people in ways that could not always be seen but were deeply felt. The creek, patient and persistent, mirrored the slow shaping of human experience, teaching Beth that subtle influence could be as enduring as the current itself, moving quietly yet persistently through every interaction. Her walks through the town were exercises in mindfulness and observation. Beth noticed the smallest details, the way frost etched intricate patterns on fences, how sunlight caught on frozen puddles, the faint expressions of hesitation, curiosity, or joy on strangers' faces. She responded with gestures that were gentle, yet deliberate, a nod, a soft smile, a quiet word, or simply walking alongside someone in silence. Over time, she began to see the cumulative effect of her attentiveness. Small acts of care created spaces of trust, comfort, and understanding that extended far beyond the immediate moment, shaping the emotional texture of her environment. Friendships deepened as these subtle currents continued to weave through daily life. Millie, emboldened by Beth's calm presence, explored new avenues of creativity and thought. Finn, encouraged by her attentiveness, discovered small acts of bravery in everyday choices. The three shared quiet experiences that required no words, observing frost settling on branches, laughing softly at things only they could understand, and noticing fleeting patterns in the world around them. These interactions, unassuming yet Continuous, created an invisible thread of connection, a rhythm of care and trust that endured without ceremony or acknowledgement. Beth's perception of absence evolved further. Friends moved away, routines shifted, familiar presences faded, yet she learned to hold absence gently, honoring memories without clinging and remaining attentive to the life that continued around her. Each absence became a quiet lesson, illustrating the impermanence of life and the subtle ways it shapes experience, memory, and influence. She recorded these insights in her notebook, pairing them with pressed leaves, sketches, and observations of natural patterns. In doing so, she transformed impermanence into a source of resilience, understanding, and quiet wisdom. Evenings were accompanied by soft, wandering melodies that drifted through her room. Hummed or whispered, they captured the currents of human interaction, the rhythm of attention, and the small acts of courage she had observed throughout the day. Beth traced constellations across the ceiling, spinning stories around each cluster, small narratives of patience, empathy, and influence that extended beyond immediate perception. In her imagination, the absent Ricks sometimes watched from afar, yet their guidance had become internalized. Their absence was no longer a void. It was a space for Beth to cultivate her instincts, trust her judgment, and act with quiet authority. Beth also noticed the unseen struggles carried by those around her. Classmates hesitant to speak, friends navigating uncertainty, strangers in fragile moments, all were present in her awareness. She responded with gestures that required no recognition, a smile, a brief word, or simply her steady presence. These subtle acts formed an invisible language of care, rippling through human interactions, fostering trust and resilience in ways profound, yet often imperceptible. At night, as Beth lay in bed, she whispered softly, "I notice you. I see all of you." The gentle hum of distant life, the house settling into quiet, and the rhythm of her own breathing became a lullaby that carried her towards sleep. She felt anchored in the knowledge that attentiveness, care, and reflection were enough to shape her own inner world and the lives she touched. Influence, she understood, did not require recognition. It was enough that she moved through the world with patience, awareness, and gentle intention. And as sleep carried her into its soft embrace, Beth felt a profound serenity. Her quiet attentions, reflective observations, and subtle acts of care formed her soft heroism, shaping experiences and nurturing connections with patience, empathy, and understanding. She felt grounded, connected, and ready to face each new day with calm awareness and trust in the enduring, gentle power of presence. Her quiet strength, persistent yet delicate, was as lasting as frost on winter branches, leaving traces of peace, care, and subtle influence in its wake. Morning arrived. Quietly, pale and delicate, the sunlight spilling across frost-touched rooftops in thin, shimmering ribbons. Beth stepped outside, the cold brushing against her cheeks, her boots leaving soft impressions in the thin layer of snow. Each step carried awareness, each breath held a quiet rhythm that seemed to harmonize with the subtle sounds around her. The gentle rustle of wind in bare branches, the distant scrape of a shovel against a walkway, the muted flutter of wings from a passing bird. She felt the rhythm of life in these small, unnoticed moments, and the knowledge settled in her chest like a soft, enduring warmth. At school, Beth began to notice how her quiet attentions had begun to ripple outward into the lives of others or in ways she hadn't fully realized. Small acts of kindness, a patient glance, a whispered word, or simply being present, had started to influence patterns of interaction around her. Classmates who had once hesitated to speak or engage now carried themselves with gentle confidence. They offered support to each other in ways that mirrored the patience and calm that Beth had modeled. The effects were subtle, often unnoticed, by those not paying attention, but profoundly felt in the rhythm of everyday life. Beth observed these shifts with quiet wonder, feeling a deep satisfaction in the soft, persistent influence she had cultivated. Millie continued to explore her creativity with a newfound courage. The risks she took, small, deliberate, thoughtful, were bolstered by the quiet reassurance that Beth's presence provided. Finn, learning to trust himself more fully, began to act with subtle courage, taking small initiatives that reflected growing self-assurance. Together, the three moved in a shared rhythm, a quiet pattern of empathy, attentiveness, and support. Their interactions required no words to affirm their bond. It existed in the spaces between glances, in the steady cadence of shared experiences, and in the subtle acknowledgement of each other's worth and presence. Home remained a sanctuary of reflection and calm. Beth spread her notebook across the table, pressing delicate leaves alongside sketches and observations of frost patterns. She recorded fragments of conversations, subtle shifts in tone, and fleeting moments of human expression, capturing the nuances of her day with care. Her father's quiet presence offered reassurance without intrusion, while her mother shared gentle companionship that encouraged reflection and self-awareness. In these moments, Beth felt the power of influence flowing quietly, not through force or attention, but through patient observation, thoughtful care, and the steady cultivation of understanding. The creek, half frozen yet persistent, was a constant teacher. Beth studied how water moved around ice, how ripples intersected with currents, and how subtle disturbances could shift patterns far beyond their origin. She considered these patterns as metaphors for human life, recognizing that her own attentiveness, patience, and small acts of care functioned similarly. Influence was persistent, delicate, and cumulative, traveling beyond the immediate moment to touch experiences and emotions in ways invisible but enduring. The creek mirrored her understanding, offering both reflection and reassurance. A quiet validation of her growing awareness. Her walks through the town became meditative exercises in empathy and observation. Beth noticed the smallest details, the way frost etched lace-like patterns on fences, the glint of sunlight across ice, the subtle posture of someone hesitating at the edge of a path. Her gestures of attentiveness were simple, yet deliberate. A nod, a soft smile, a quiet word, or the gentle rhythm of walking alongside someone. Over time, she began to see how her subtle presence had shifted the environment. People moved with more confidence, small acts of kindness multiplied, and the overall emotional texture of the town seemed lighter, more receptive, more attuned to care and understanding. Friendships deepened through these quiet currents. Millie, emboldened by Beth's patient presence, explored her ideas and challenged herself in ways she had not before. Finn, encouraged by her calm attentiveness, discovered the satisfaction of small, deliberate acts of courage and self-trust. The three shared moments that required no words, watching frost patterns settle on branches, exchanging muted laughter over observations only they understood, and quietly noting the textures of the world around them. These understated interactions built a continuity of trust and connection, forming an invisible thread that bound their shared experiences in a gentle but persistent rhythm. Beth's understanding of absence deepened. People moved away, routines shifted, and familiar presences faded. Yet she held absence with care, honoring memory without clinging and remaining attentive to what persisted. Each absence became a quiet teacher, revealing impermanence and the subtle ways it shaped experience, memory, and influence. She recorded these reflections in her notebook, pairing them with pressed leaves, delicate sketches, and fleeting observations of patterns in nature and life. Through this practice, impermanence became a source of resilience, insight, and soft wisdom, reinforcing the subtle strength she had been cultivating over time. Evenings carried soft melodies that drifted through her room, hummed or whispered in quiet reflection. These songs captured the subtle currents of human interaction, the rhythm of attentiveness, and the small acts of courage she had witnessed or performed. Beth traced constellations across the ceiling, spinning gentle narratives around each cluster, stories of patience, empathy, influence, and small, persistent acts of care. In her imagination, the absent Rick sometimes observed from afar, yet their guidance had become internalized. Their absence no longer felt like a void, but rather an invitation for Beth to trust her instincts, cultivate judgment, and act with quiet authority. Beth's attentiveness extended to the unseen burdens carried by others. A classmate hesitating to speak, a friend wrestling with uncertainty, a stranger navigating fragile moments. All were recognized in her awareness. She responded with gestures that required no acknowledgement, a smile, a brief word, or the calm, steady presence she offered. These subtle acts formed an invisible language of care, creating ripples of trust and understanding that extended beyond immediate perception, shaping experiences and emotional responses in ways that were deeply felt, even if unrecognized. As she lay in bed, Beth whispered softly into the darkness, "I notice you. I see all of you." The quiet hum of life outside, the subtle settling of the house, and the rhythm of her own breathing became a lullaby that carried her towards sleep. She felt grounded in the understanding that attentiveness, reflection, and gentle acts of care were sufficient. Influence did not require recognition. It was enough that she moved through the world with awareness, patience, and quiet intention, leaving traces of comfort, trust, and calm in her wake. And as sleep embraced her, Beth felt serenity deepen within her chest. Her quiet attentions, reflective observations, and subtle acts of care were her soft heroism, shaping experiences and nurturing connections with patience, empathy, and understanding. She felt grounded, connected, and ready to greet each new day. With calm awareness, trust in her quiet influence, and the gentle certainty that even the smallest actions could leave lasting, meaningful impressions. Her persistent, delicate strength was like frost lingering on winter branches, soft, enduring, and quietly transformative. Morning arrived with the gentlest of lights, a soft haze spilling over rooftops and frosting the branches of bare trees. Beth stepped outside, inhaling the crisp winter air and noticing the delicate traces of life around her. Each step left impressions in the thin layer of snow, a quiet reminder of her presence. The faint sounds of life, a distant bird's call, the soft scrape of a shovel, the flutter of wings, wove together into a subtle rhythm, harmonizing with her own quiet movements. She felt rooted in this world, part of its unspoken patterns, carrying awareness as though it were a lantern, lighting hidden corners of human experience. At school, Beth noticed the small, cumulative effects of her quiet attentiveness. Gestures she had made, an encouraging word, a patient glance, the gentle presence beside someone hesitant, had begun to resonate beyond the immediate moment. Classmates, inspired by these subtle acts, extended care to one another, offering reassurance, support, and understanding in ways that mirrored Beth's influence. Though invisible to many, these ripples were profoundly felt, shaping the rhythms of interaction and leaving traces of trust, empathy, and connection in their wake. Beth observed these shifts with quiet wonder, realizing that influence, like water, could travel unseen yet far-reaching, persistent yet delicate. Millie continued to embrace small risks and experiments in her creativity, emboldened by Beth's steady presence. The courage she drew from Beth's attentiveness allowed her to navigate moments of uncertainty with newfound confidence. Finn, quietly building his own sense of self, began making decisions that reflected growing trust in his instincts. Together, the three moved through daily life with an unspoken rhythm, a gentle current of shared understanding and care. Their interactions required no explanation or recognition. The bond existed in the spaces between words, in the steady cadence of presence, and in the quiet acknowledgement of each other's worth. Home remained a place of sanctuary. Beth spread her notebook across the table, pressing delicate leaves beside sketches of frost patterns, capturing fragments of observation, tones, and subtle gestures from her day. Her father's quiet presence offered reassurance without interference, while her mother shared gentle companionship that nurtured reflection. Beth had come to understand that influence was not in loud actions or visible efforts, but in patient attentiveness, subtle care, and the careful shaping of the world through observation and gentle guidance. Her routines, simple yet deliberate, were acts of soft heroism that shaped lives quietly yet persistently. The creek, partially frozen and shimmering under pale sunlight, remained a source of reflection and insight. Beth watched the water curve around ice, noting how ripples intersected with currents, extending far from their point of origin. She thought of her own gestures in life as similar ripples, small acts of attentiveness, quiet words of encouragement, and gentle presence moving beyond immediate perception to touch lives in unseen ways. The creek, patient and enduring, mirrored her understanding. Influence could be quiet, delicate, and cumulative, leaving lasting impressions without fanfare or recognition. Walks through the town became exercises in observation, empathy, and subtle influence. Beth noticed the smallest details: frost patterns on fences, sunlight glinting on icy puddles, subtle shifts in posture revealing hesitation, curiosity, or joy. Her responses were deliberate yet understated: a nod, a soft smile, a brief word, or the quiet rhythm of walking alongside someone. Over time, she saw the cumulative effect of these attentions. Spaces of trust, comfort, and connection emerged. Her presence had begun to shape the town's emotional texture in ways she could feel but could rarely quantify, creating an atmosphere of subtle warmth and reassurance. Friendships deepened through these quiet interactions. Millie, emboldened by Beth's calm attentiveness, pursued new ideas and tested boundaries she had once feared. Finn, encouraged by her steady presence, discovered small acts of bravery and confidence in everyday life. The three shared moments of understated connection, observing frost settling on branches, exchanging laughter only they understood, and quietly noting fleeting patterns in the world around them. These experiences formed a continuous thread of trust, care, and companionship, enduring beyond immediate recognition and offering stability in the ebb and flow of life. Beth's understanding of absence and impermanence matured further. Friends moved, routines shifted, familiar presences faded, yet she learned to hold absence with care, honoring memory without clinging and remaining attentive to what persisted. Each absence became a lesson in resilience, reflection, and understanding, revealing subtle ways impermanence shaped perception, experience, and emotional influence. She recorded these reflections in her notebook, pairing them with pressed leaves, sketches, and fleeting observations, transforming impermanence into quiet wisdom and subtle strength. Evenings were accompanied by soft, wandering melodies, hummed or whispered, capturing the delicate rhythms of attention, care, and courage observed throughout the day. Beth traced constellations across the ceiling, spinning stories around each cluster, narratives of patience, empathy, and gentle influence that extended far beyond immediate perception. In her imagination, the absent Rick sometimes observed, from afar, yet their guidance had become internalized. Their absence no longer felt like a void, but created a space for Beth to cultivate judgment, trust her instincts, and act with quiet authority in the world. Beth's awareness extended to the unseen burdens carried by those around her. Classmates hesitated, friends wrestled with uncertainty, strangers navigated fragile moments. All were noted in her gentle awareness. She responded with subtle gestures, a smile, a whispered word, or simply the calm consistency of her presence. These small acts formed a quiet language of care, influencing experiences, fostering trust, and creating spaces of reassurance that were deeply felt even without acknowledgement. As she lay in bed each night, Beth whispered softly, "I notice you. I see all of you." The gentle hum of life outside, the subtle settling of the house, and the rhythm of her own breathing formed a lullaby that carried her towards sleep. She felt grounded in the understanding that attentiveness, patience, and quiet care were sufficient. That influence could be invisible yet enduring. Even without recognition, her small, deliberate actions left traces of comfort, trust, and calm in the lives of those she touched. And as sleep embraced her, Beth felt a profound serenity. Her quiet attentions, reflective observations, and subtle acts of care were her soft heroism, shaping experiences and nurturing connections with patience, empathy, and understanding. She felt grounded, connected, and ready to meet each new day with calm awareness, trust in the enduring power of subtle influence, and the gentle certainty that even the smallest acts could leave lasting, meaningful impressions. Her strength, persistent yet delicate, was like frost lingering on branches, soft, enduring, and quietly transformative. The morning unfolded slowly, a pale light brushing rooftops and icy branches, dissolving into the soft haze of winter. Beth walked along familiar streets, her footsteps careful and deliberate, each step leaving faint imprints in the thin layer of frost. The wind whispered across open spaces, and distant sounds, the scrape of a shovel, the soft flap of wings, the gentle rhythm of a neighbor's boots combined into a quiet symphony. Beth inhaled deeply, letting the cold air fill her lungs and the calm awareness settle in her chest, like a lantern illuminating subtle moments of life that might otherwise go unnoticed. At school, Beth began to observe the deeper effects of her quiet attentiveness. The subtle gestures she offered, patient glances, soft encouragement, a calm presence beside someone unsure, were beginning to ripple further than before. She noticed how a kind word she had offered weeks ago encouraged Millie to speak up in class, to try something new, to share ideas she might have held back. Finn, once hesitant in his actions, now approached small challenges with quiet confidence, subtly shaping the interactions of those around him. Beth realized that influence was cumulative, quiet yet persistent, like frost slowly forming intricate patterns across a window pane, unseen at first, yet undeniably present. Mornings at home were woven into her growing awareness of subtle influence. Beth's notebook lay open across the kitchen table, pages scattered with pressed leaves, sketches of frost patterns and careful observations of human gestures. Her father's steady presence offered reassurance in silence, while her mother shared gentle conversation and companionship that encouraged reflection. Each evening, Beth considered how her own attentiveness shaped the world, not in grand gestures or loud proclamations, but in persistent care, careful listening, and a gentle awareness of the rhythms of life around her. The quiet actions of her daily routine were becoming her own form of soft heroism, creating subtle yet enduring impacts. The creek remained her sanctuary, partially frozen but flowing steadily, each ripple a lesson. Beth watched as the water curved around ice, spreading outward in delicate currents that intersected with others far beyond the point of origin. She imagined her small acts, an encouraging glance, a steady presence, a whispered word, as similar ripples traveling quietly through the lives of others, shaping experiences, perceptions, and emotions in ways that were often invisible but deeply felt. The creek taught her patience, persistence, and the enduring power of subtle influence. Each day she saw how consistent attentiveness could shape the world in ways that were soft yet transformative. Her walks through the town became exercises in delicate observation. Beth noticed the smallest details, the glint of frost on a railing, sunlight caught on ice, the subtle tension or ease in a passerby's posture. Her gestures of recognition were simple yet intentional. A nod, a quiet smile, a soft word, or simply walking alongside someone in silence. Over time, she began to perceive the cumulative effect of these attentions. Spaces of comfort, reassurance, and trust began to emerge around her, the town's emotional atmosphere subtly shifting in response to persistent care. Beth understood that influence need not be dramatic to matter. It could be soft, pervasive, and quietly transformative. Friendships deepened in these understated currents. Millie's creativity flourished under Beth's quiet guidance, her willingness to take small risks expanding with newfound confidence. Finn, encouraged by Beth's attentive presence, discovered a quiet bravery in everyday choices, his self-trust quietly shaping his interactions with others. Together, the three shared moments that required no words, observing frost patterns, sharing laughter only they understood, and noting fleeting textures of the world. These small, consistent interactions wove a resilient thread of connection, forming an invisible web of understanding, trust, and empathy that endured without ceremony or acknowledgement. Beth's awareness of absence and impermanence continued to evolve. Friends moved away, routines shifted, familiar presences receded, yet she learned to hold absence gently, honoring memory without clinging and remaining attentive to what persisted. Each absence became a lesson in patience, reflection, and subtle understanding. She recorded these insights in her notebook, pairing them with pressed leaves, delicate sketches, and fleeting observations of life's small moments. Through these practices, impermanence transformed into resilience and wisdom, quietly reinforcing the strength she cultivated through consistent, gentle attention. Evenings brought soft melodies, hummed or whispered, in the stillness of her room. The tunes carried the rhythms of attention, care, and the small, courageous gestures she had observed or performed throughout the day. Beth traced constellations across the ceiling, weaving quiet stories around each cluster, tales of patience, empathy, and influence that extended far beyond immediate perception. In her imagination, the absent Ricks sometimes lingered at a distance, yet their guidance had become internalized. Their absence was no longer a void, but a space for Beth to trust her instincts, exercise judgment, and act with quiet authority, shaping the world in subtle yet meaningful ways. Beth also noticed the unseen burdens carried by those around her. Hesitant classmates, uncertain friends, and strangers navigating fragile moments all passed through her awareness. She responded with gestures requiring no acknowledgement, a soft smile, a brief word, or the calm, consistent presence she offered. These subtle acts formed an invisible language of care, fostering trust and reassurance, creating a delicate web of influence that extended beyond immediate recognition, shaping lives quietly yet profoundly. As she lay in bed, Beth whispered softly, "I notice you. I see all of you." The gentle hum of life beyond her walls, the subtle settling of the house, and the rhythm of her own breathing formed a lullaby that carried her towards sleep. She felt grounded in the understanding that attentiveness, reflection, and gentle care were sufficient, that influence could be quiet yet enduring. Even without recognition, her small acts of deliberate care left traces of comfort, trust, and calm in the lives of those she touched. And as sleep embraced her, Beth felt profound serenity deepen within. Her quiet attentions, reflective observations, and subtle acts of care were her soft heroism, shaping experiences and nurturing connections with patience, empathy, and understanding. She felt grounded, connected, and prepared to greet each new day with calm awareness, trust in her quiet influence, and the gentle certainty that even the smallest gestures could leave lasting, meaningful impressions. Her persistent, delicate strength was like frost lingering on winter branches, soft, enduring, and quietly transformative. The morning light arrived slowly, pale and tender, spilling across frost-tipped rooftops and the bare branches of trees. Beth moved through the streets with deliberate care, boots crunching softly against the thin layer of snow. The cold brushed her cheeks, and the wind carried with it the faint, distant sounds of life, a bird calling, the scrape of a shovel, the shuffle of footsteps across quiet paths. Every sound, every movement, every subtle gesture felt alive, and Beth held them all in careful awareness, as though the world had invited her to notice its soft, unfolding rhythms. At school, she began to perceive the long-term effects of her quiet attentiveness. The small gestures she had made, the encouraging glance, the patient word, the calm presence beside someone uncertain, had multiplied quietly over time. Millie, inspired by Beth's steady support, now approached challenges with subtle confidence, her creativity expanding like a flower unfurling in slow motion. Finn, learning to trust himself through repeated experiences of gentle guidance, began to act with an assuredness that shaped interactions in unexpected ways. Beth saw the invisible threads connecting their actions, realizing that influence was cumulative, persistent, and far-reaching, like frost, slowly etching intricate patterns across every surface it touched. At home, mornings were quiet rituals of reflection. Beth opened her notebook, pressing delicate leaves beside sketches and careful observations. Each page captured fragments of conversation, gestures, and fleeting expressions, recording patterns she might otherwise forget. Her father offered his presence quietly, a steady reassurance, while her mother shared gentle conversations that encouraged introspection. In these moments, Beth came to understand that influence did not rely on recognition or applause. It resided in patience, attentiveness, and deliberate care, weaving subtle shifts into the fabric of everyday life. Her routines, ordinary as they seemed, were acts of soft heroism, shaping both her inner world and the lives around her. The creek, partially frozen and reflecting the soft sunlight, continued to be a sanctuary for reflection. Beth observed the water as it curved around ice, sending ripples outward that intersected with distant currents. She considered her own gestures in life as similar ripples, small and quiet, yet capable of extending far beyond immediate perception. An encouraging word, a gentle smile, or simply a steady presence could touch lives in ways that might never be visible but were profoundly meaningful. The creek, persistent and patient, mirrored her understanding, teaching her that subtle influence could be enduring, transformative, and unrecognized, yet still powerful. Walks through the town became meditative exercises in awareness. Beth noticed the minutiae: frost forming intricate patterns on fences, sunlight reflecting across icy puddles, the faint tension or ease in a passerby's posture. She responded with gestures that were understated but deliberate: a nod, a quiet smile, a soft word, or walking silently beside someone. Over time, she began to sense how her subtle attentions were shifting the atmosphere around her. Spaces of trust, comfort, and reassurance appeared in the wake of persistent care, transforming the emotional landscape of the town in ways imperceptible but real. Influence, she realized, was most profound when quiet, subtle, and consistent. Friendships deepened through these ongoing, understated connections. Millie, encouraged by Beth's gentle presence, explored new ideas and took small, deliberate risks, discovering creativity she had never imagined. Finn, emboldened by her attentiveness, acted with quiet courage in everyday life, noticing the impact of his choices on others. Together, the three shared moments that required no words, observing frost patterns on branches, laughing softly at subtle details only they noticed, and quietly reflecting on fleeting patterns in the world. These understated interactions created continuity and resilience, weaving a quiet, unspoken thread of trust and connection that endured without acknowledgement. Beth's understanding of absence and impermanence deepened further. Friends moved away, routines shifted, familiar presences faded, and yet she learned to hold absence with care, honoring memory without clinging. Each absence became a lesson in reflection, patience, and subtle understanding, revealing the soft ways impermanence shapes perception, experience, and influence. She recorded these insights in her notebook, pairing them with pressed leaves, delicate sketches, and fleeting observations of natural patterns. In this practice, impermanence became a source of resilience, quiet wisdom, and an affirmation of the persistent, gentle power of attention. Evenings were accompanied by soft melodies that drifted through her room, hummed or whispered in reflection. The tunes captured the delicate rhythms of attention, the subtle influence of small acts, and the courage observed throughout the day. Beth traced constellations across the ceiling, spinning quiet stories around each cluster, tales of patience, empathy, and small gestures that left lasting effects. In her imagination, the absent Ricks sometimes lingered at a distance, but their guidance had become internalized. Their absence created space for Beth to trust her judgment, exercise instinct, and act with quiet authority in ways that shaped the world subtly yet profoundly. Beth's awareness extended to the unseen burdens of others. Classmates hesitated, friends wrestled with uncertainty, strangers navigated fragile moments. She responded with gestures that required no acknowledgement, a soft smile, a brief word, or simply her steady presence. These small acts formed an invisible language of care, influencing lives, fostering trust, and creating spaces of reassurance that were quietly transformative. Even without recognition, her presence carried weight, leaving subtle imprints on those she encountered. As she lay in bed each night, Beth whispered softly, "I notice you. I see all of you." The gentle hum of distant life, the subtle settling of the house, and the rhythm of her own breathing became a lullaby that carried her towards sleep. She felt grounded in the knowledge that attentiveness, reflection, and quiet care were sufficient. That influence could be invisible yet enduring. Even without recognition, her small, deliberate acts left traces of comfort, trust, and calm, in the lives of others. And as sleep embraced her, Beth felt profound serenity. Her quiet attentions, reflective observations, and subtle acts of care were her soft heroism, shaping experiences and nurturing connections with patience, empathy, and understanding. She felt grounded, connected, and ready to meet each new day with calm awareness, trust in the enduring power of subtle influence, and the gentle certainty that even the smallest acts could leave lasting, meaningful impressions. Her persistent, delicate strength was like frost lingering on winter branches, soft, enduring, and quietly transformative. The morning came slow and pale, spilling across rooftops and frost-laced branches with a muted glow that seemed to hold its breath. Beth walked through the streets with quiet deliberation, each step pressing softly into the frozen ground. The wind traced gentle patterns across her cheeks, carrying faint echoes of life. A distant bird calling, the subtle scrape of a shovel, the shuffle of a neighbor's boots. She breathed it all in, holding the world's soft rhythms as though they were threads she could trace with her awareness. And in that stillness, she felt a gentle tether to everything around her. At school, the cumulative effects of her quiet attentions became increasingly visible. The gestures she had offered over weeks, an encouraging glance, a soft word, the presence beside someone uncertain, had begun to shape the subtle dynamics around her. Millie moved with a quiet confidence that had been absent before, her creativity blossoming in small, deliberate steps. Finn approached moments with patience, weighing choices carefully, but acting with a calm self-assurance that radiated outward. Beth noticed how these subtle shifts encouraged others to mirror attentiveness and kindness, creating a ripple effect that spread quietly but persistently. Influence, she understood, did not demand recognition. It moved invisibly, but with profound impact. Her mornings at home continued to be rituals of reflection and intentional care. Beth spread her notebook across the kitchen table, pressing delicate leaves beside sketches of frost patterns, fragments of conversation, and careful observations of human gestures. Her father's presence remained quietly reassuring, and her mother offered gentle companionship that fostered reflection. In these simple routines, Beth recognized the quiet power of attentiveness. Influence was not loud or dramatic. It existed in patient observation, thoughtful care, and the deliberate shaping of her environment. Each moment of quiet reflection was itself an act of soft heroism, shaping the emotional texture of her life and those around her. The creek, partially frozen and glinting in the weak winter sun, continued to teach her patience and subtle insight. Beth observed how water curved around ice, sending delicate ripples outward, intersecting with currents far from their origin. She imagined her own gestures in life, small words of encouragement, gentle smiles, steady presence, moving similarly, invisible yet profound. Influence, she realized, could be cumulative and enduring without any need for acknowledgement. The creek reminded her that persistence and subtlety often shape the world more profoundly than any loud, fleeting gesture. Walks through the town became meditative exercises in awareness. Beth noticed the smallest details, frost patterns etched across fences, sunlight caught on icy puddles, the subtle expressions of hesitation, curiosity, or quiet joy in those she passed. Her responses were understated but deliberate, a nod, a soft smile, a brief word, or simply walking alongside someone. Over time, she perceived the cumulative effect of her attentions. Spaces of reassurance, comfort, and trust began to emerge around her. The town's emotional atmosphere felt subtly lighter, more attuned to care and quiet understanding. Influence, she recognized, could be powerful precisely because it was unobtrusive and persistent. Friendships deepened through these understated currents. Millie, emboldened by Beth's calm presence, tested her creativity and explored small risks with growing confidence. Finn, encouraged by Beth's attentiveness, discovered subtle bravery in everyday choices, finding satisfaction in acting with patience and consideration. The three shared moments that required no words, observing frost settling on branches, exchanging quiet laughter over small discoveries, and noticing fleeting textures in the world. These consistent, understated interactions wove a resilient thread of trust and care, creating bonds that endured silently but persistently, a web of connection that required no ceremony or overt acknowledgement. Beth's understanding of absence deepened further. People moved away, routines shifted, familiar presences faded, yet she learned to hold absence with grace, honoring memory without clinging and remaining attentive to what persisted. Each absence offered a lesson in patience, reflection, and subtle understanding, revealing impermanence's quiet shaping of experience and perception. She recorded these reflections in her notebook, pairing them with pressed leaves, delicate sketches, and fleeting observations of patterns in the natural world. Through these practices, impermanence transformed into a source of resilience, soft wisdom, and a reminder of the quiet, enduring power of consistent attention. Evenings brought soft, wandering melodies through her room, hummed or whispered, as a companion to her reflection. The tunes captured the currents of attention, care, and courage she had witnessed or performed throughout the day. Beth traced constellations across the ceiling, weaving quiet stories around each cluster. Narratives of patience, empathy, and small persistent gestures that left lasting effects. The absent Rick sometimes lingered in her imagination, observing from a distance. Their absence was no longer a void, but a space for Beth to trust her instincts, exercise judgment, and act with quiet authority, shaping the world in subtle, yet meaningful ways. Beth's awareness extended to the unseen burdens carried by those around her. Classmates hesitated, friends wrestled with uncertainty, strangers navigated delicate moments. She responded with gestures requiring no acknowledgement, a soft smile, a brief word, or simply her steady presence. These small acts formed an invisible language of care, fostering trust, reassurance, and subtle influence. Even when unnoticed, her attentiveness carried weight, leaving lasting imprints on those she encountered. As she lay in bed each night, Beth whispered softly, "I notice you. I see all of you." The gentle hum of distant life, the subtle settling of the house, and the rhythm of her own breathing became a lullaby that carried her into sleep. She felt grounded in the understanding that attentiveness, reflection, and gentle care were sufficient, that influence could be quiet, yet enduring. Even without acknowledgement, her small, deliberate actions left traces of comfort, trust, and calm in the lives of others. And as sleep drew her fully into its embrace, Beth felt a profound serenity. Her quiet attentions, reflective observations, and subtle acts of care were her soft heroism, shaping experiences and nurturing connections with patience, empathy, and understanding. She felt grounded, connected, and ready to greet each new day with calm awareness, trust in the persistent power of subtle influence, and the gentle certainty that even the smallest gestures could leave lasting, meaningful impressions. Her strength, delicate yet enduring, was like frost lingering on winter branches, soft, patient, and quietly transformative. The morning unfolded gently, pale and soft, brushing over rooftops and frost-lined branches as if the world itself was stretching awake. Beth stepped outside, her boots pressing quietly into the frozen ground, each step leaving a subtle trace of presence. The air carried faint sounds, the distant scrape of a shovel, the flutter of wings, the soft murmur of a neighbor opening a door. And she inhaled deeply, holding the delicate currents of life in her awareness. The world seemed to move slowly beneath her gaze, and she felt tethered to every small motion, every subtle breath, as though the rhythm of life was unfolding, just for her to notice. At school, Beth observed the longer threads of influence she had begun to weave. Small gestures she had made over time, the patient word, the steady glance, the quiet presence beside someone unsure, had grown into something larger, though invisible. Millie moved with gentle confidence now, her creativity spreading like the slow unfurling of a flower in early spring. Finn's actions had become deliberate and considered, his calm assurance shaping the tone of conversations and interactions around him. Beth noticed that her attentiveness, repeated quietly each day, had begun to shift the emotional currents of the school itself. People mirrored the care they felt reflected back, and kindness became a subtle rhythm in the halls and classrooms, moving unnoticed yet enduring. Home remained a sanctuary of quiet reflection. Beth spread her notebook across the table, pressing delicate leaves alongside sketches of frost patterns and careful notes about fleeting human gestures. Each observation captured fragments of movement, tones, and unspoken exchanges, creating a mosaic of attention that reflected her growing awareness. Her father's presence was steady and quiet, providing reassurance without words, while her mother shared gentle companionship that encouraged reflection and introspection. Beth understood that influence did not require grandeur or recognition. It existed in patience, observation, and the deliberate shaping of her environment through care. These ordinary routines, she realized, were acts of quiet heroism, persistent yet delicate, creating subtle ripples that extended far beyond her own perception. The creek, partially frozen and reflecting the soft morning light, continued to teach, her lessons in subtlety and patience. Beth watched water curve around ice, sending gentle ripples outward, merging with currents far from their point of origin. She imagined her own gestures, small acts of attention, kind words, calm presence, moving, similarly, invisible yet capable of affecting lives. Influence, she realized, was not always dramatic or immediate. It was slow, cumulative, and enduring, like frost, slowly forming intricate patterns on window panes, shaping the world quietly, persistently, and beautifully. Walks through the town became meditative exercises in observation and subtle connection. Beth noticed the smallest details, frost patterns etching fences, sunlight caught on icy puddles, the faint posture of someone hesitating or pausing. She responded with gestures that were quiet but deliberate, a nod, a soft smile, a brief word, or the silent accompaniment of walking alongside someone. Over time, she began to perceive the cumulative effect of these attentions. Spaces of reassurance, trust, and comfort began to emerge organically around her. She realized that influence was most profound when quiet, subtle, and consistent, leaving traces of warmth in the lives of those she encountered without need for recognition. Friendships deepened through these understated currents. Millie, emboldened by Beth's calm presence, explored her ideas and took small risks with increasing confidence. Finn, encouraged by her attentiveness, discovered subtle bravery in daily actions, noticing the impact of his choices on others. Together, the three shared quiet moments that required no words, watching frost settle on branches, exchanging soft laughter over small discoveries, observing patterns in the world only they understood. These small, continuous interactions wove an invisible thread of trust, empathy, and care, resilient enough to endure absence, change, and time. Beth's understanding of absence and impermanence evolved further. Friends moved away, routines shifted, familiar presences faded, yet she learned to hold absence gently, honoring memory without clinging and remaining attentive to what persisted. Each absence became a lesson in reflection, patience, and subtle understanding, revealing the ways impermanence shaped perception, experience, and emotional influence. She recorded these reflections in her notebook, pairing them with pressed leaves, delicate sketches, and fleeting observations. Impermanence, she realized, could be transformed into resilience and quiet wisdom, reinforcing the enduring power of gentle, persistent attention. Evenings were filled with soft, wandering melodies drifting through her room, hummed or whispered, capturing the currents of attention, care, and subtle courage observed throughout the day. Beth traced constellations across the ceiling, weaving quiet stories around each cluster, narratives of patience, empathy, and small acts that carried far-reaching impact. In her imagination, the absent Ricks sometimes lingered at a distance, but their guidance had become internalized. Their absence created space for Beth to trust her instincts, exercise judgment, and act with quiet authority, shaping her world in subtle yet meaningful ways. Beth's awareness extended to the unseen, burdens carried by those around her. Hesitant classmates, uncertain friends, and strangers navigating delicate moments all passed through her perception. She responded with gestures requiring no acknowledgement, a soft smile, a brief word, or simply her steady presence. These small acts formed an invisible language of care, fostering trust and reassurance, shaping lives quietly yet profoundly. Even without recognition, her attentiveness carried weight, leaving subtle imprints on those she encountered, ripples that extended beyond her immediate awareness. As she lay in bed each night, Beth whispered softly, "I notice you. I see all of you." The gentle hum of life outside, the subtle settling of the house, and the rhythm of her own breathing became a lullaby, carrying her towards sleep. She felt grounded in the understanding that attentiveness, reflection, and gentle care were sufficient, that influence could be quiet yet enduring. Even without recognition, her small, deliberate acts left traces of comfort, trust, and calm in the lives of others. And as sleep carried her fully into its embrace, Beth felt profound serenity. Her quiet attentions, reflective observations, and subtle acts of care were her soft heroism, shaping experiences and nurturing connections with patience, empathy, and understanding. She felt grounded, connected, and ready to greet each new day with calm awareness, trust in the persistent power of subtle influence, and the gentle certainty that even the smallest gestures could leave lasting, meaningful impressions. Her strength, delicate yet enduring, was like frost lingering on winter branches, soft, patient, and quietly transformative. The morning light filtered softly through frost-streaked windows, painting the streets in muted shades of gold and silver. Beth walked with careful steps, the crisp air brushing against her cheeks, carrying with it distant murmurs of life, the scrape of a shovel, the flutter of wings, a faint voice calling somewhere down the street. Every sound felt delicate yet alive. Every movement seemed to hold a rhythm she could follow. Beth felt tethered to these quiet currents, moving with awareness, as though each step was a gentle acknowledgement of the world's subtle pulse, and in that recognition she found an expansive calm. At school, the ripples of her quiet attentiveness began to manifest in ways both subtle and profound. The gestures she had offered over time, the patient glance, the whispered word, the calm presence beside someone uncertain, had started to ripple further than she could immediately perceive. Millie moved through the classroom with a confidence that felt rooted, not loud or showy, but persistent and steady, like sunlight gradually spilling over the edge of a hill. Finn, too, displayed a newfound assurance, his thoughtful actions and gentle interactions shaping the tone of conversations around him. Beth observed these shifts with quiet wonder, realizing that her small attentions had grown into invisible threads, weaving a tapestry of subtle kindness and resilience throughout the spaces she inhabited. Home, as always, remained a sanctuary for reflection. Beth spread her notebook across the table, pressing delicate leaves alongside sketches of frost patterns, fragments of conversation, and careful observations of fleeting expressions. Each page captured the essence of moments that might otherwise have gone unnoticed, preserving the quiet influence she had begun to cultivate. Her father's presence offered steady reassurance without words, while her mother's gentle conversations encouraged introspection. Beth had come to understand that influence did not rely on recognition or grandeur. It existed in patient observation, deliberate care, and the thoughtful shaping of one's environment. Her daily routines, ordinary as they seemed, were acts of quiet heroism, leaving subtle yet enduring imprints on the lives around her. The creek, half frozen and shimmering under the morning sun, continued to teach lessons in subtlety and persistence. Beth watched the water curve around ice, sending delicate ripples outward that merged with distant currents. She imagined her own gestures, small words of encouragement, gentle smiles, a calm presence, moving in the same way, invisible yet potent. Influence, she realized, was cumulative, quiet, and enduring. It moved softly, persistently, like frost, slowly etching intricate patterns across glass, shaping the world without clamoring for attention. The creek reminded her that small acts, repeated and intentional, had the capacity to transform lives. Over time, even when the effects were not immediately visible, walks through the town became exercises in observation, empathy, and mindful connection. Beth noticed the smallest details. Frost etched across fences, sunlight glinting on icy puddles, the slight tension or ease in a passerby's posture. She responded with understated gestures, a nod, a soft smile, a brief word, or simply walking alongside someone. Over time, she began to perceive how these attentions shifted the emotional currents of her surroundings. Spaces of reassurance, trust, and calm appeared organically, and the town seemed to breathe with a subtler, more harmonious rhythm. Influence, she understood, was most powerful when quiet, consistent, and deliberate, shaping life in ways both gentle and enduring. Friendships deepened under these understated currents. Millie, encouraged by Beth's calm presence, embraced creative risks and explored ideas she had previously hesitated to pursue. Finn, emboldened by the steady influence of Beth's attentiveness, acted with quiet courage, learning that thoughtful choices could subtly shape the world around him. Together the three shared moments of connection that required no words, observing frost settling on branches, exchanging gentle laughter at discoveries only they could see, and reflecting silently on the fleeting patterns of life. These understated interactions wove a resilient, invisible thread of trust, empathy, and connection, enduring beyond recognition, absence, or time. Beth's understanding of absence and impermanence continued to deepen. Friends moved away, routines shifted, familiar presences faded, yet she learned to hold absence with grace, honoring memory without clinging and remaining attentive to what persisted. Each absence became a teacher in patience, reflection, and subtle understanding, revealing the delicate ways impermanence shaped experience, perception, and emotional resonance. She recorded these lessons in her notebook, pairing them with pressed leaves, sketches, and fleeting observations. In this quiet practice, impermanence became resilience, soft wisdom, and affirmation of the persistent, gentle power of intentional attention. Evenings were filled with melodies drifting through her room, hummed or whispered in reflection. These tunes captured the currents of attentiveness, the subtle power of small acts, and the quiet courage witnessed throughout the day. Beth traced constellations across the ceiling, weaving gentle stories around each cluster, tales of patience, empathy, and influence that extended far beyond immediate perception. The absent Ricks sometimes lingered in her imagination, observing from a distance, yet their guidance had been internalized. Their absence created space for Beth to trust her instincts, exercise judgment, and act with quiet authority, shaping her world in subtle but meaningful ways. Beth's attentiveness extended to the unseen burdens of those around her. Hesitant classmates, uncertain friends, strangers navigating delicate moments, all passed through her awareness. She responded with gestures that required no acknowledgement, a soft smile, a brief word, or simply the steady presence she offered. These small actions formed an invisible language of care, fostering trust, reassurance, and subtle influence. Even without recognition, her presence left imprints on lives, ripples that extended far beyond her immediate awareness, shaping experiences, quietly yet profoundly. As she lay in bed each night, Beth whispered softly, "I notice you. I see all of you." The gentle hum of life beyond her room, the subtle settling of the house, and the rhythm of her own breathing became a lullaby carrying her towards sleep. She felt grounded in the knowledge that attentiveness, reflection, and gentle care were enough, that influence could be quiet yet enduring. Even without acknowledgement, her small, deliberate acts left traces of comfort, trust, and calm in the lives of those she encountered. And as sleep claimed her, Beth felt profound serenity. Her quiet attentions, reflective observations, and small acts of care were her soft heroism, shaping experiences and nurturing connections with patience, empathy, and understanding. She felt grounded, connected, and ready to greet each day with calm awareness, trust in the enduring power of subtle influence, and the gentle certainty that even the smallest gestures could leave lasting, meaningful impressions. Her strength, persistent yet delicate, was like frost lingering on winter branches, soft, enduring, and quietly transformative. Morning arrived as if carried on a whisper, the sunlight spilling lazily across rooftops and icy branches. Beth walked through the streets with soft, deliberate steps, boots pressing quietly into the frost-laden ground. Each movement seemed to unfold in harmony with the subtle rhythm of the town, every distant scrape, shuffle, and bird call adding to the gentle symphony she absorbed. The cold air brushed her cheeks, and she breathed it in, letting each inhalation anchor her in the present, while the soft currents of life drifted around her. The world felt awake yet patient, and Beth felt tethered to its quiet pulse. At school, the quiet effects of her persistent attentiveness revealed themselves in unexpected ways. The gestures she had offered, small words of encouragement, patient glances, calm presences, had accumulated like invisible threads, shaping the atmosphere of her classrooms. Millie moved with a soft confidence, her creativity flourishing in subtle, deliberate steps. Finn, with newfound ease, navigated interactions with gentle assurance, his presence now carrying a quiet influence that shaped those around him. Beth observed these ripples with calm fascination, understanding that influence was rarely loud, but often enduring, extending far beyond immediate recognition. Home remained a sanctuary of reflection and care. Beth opened her notebook, pressing delicate leaves beside sketches of frost patterns, fragments of human gestures, and fleeting observations. Her father's quiet presence offered reassurance without words, and her mother's gentle companionship encouraged reflection and introspection. Beth recognized that influence did not require acknowledgement or dramatic action. It existed in patient observation, subtle care, and the deliberate shaping of life through attention. These routines, ordinary yet intentional, were small acts of heroism, leaving a lasting and delicate imprint on the people and spaces around her. The creek, half frozen and shimmering under the soft sunlight, continued to offer lessons in patience and subtlety. Beth watched the water curve around ice, sending ripples outward that merged with distant currents, carrying energy beyond immediate perception. She imagined her own gestures, quiet encouragement, gentle smiles, steady attentiveness, moving in the same way, invisible yet potent. Influence, she realized, was cumulative, persistent, and enduring. It did not demand attention or applause. It shaped life quietly, like frost slowly forming intricate patterns on glass, leaving its mark gently, persistently, and beautifully. Walks through the town became exercises in mindful observation and quiet connection. Beth noticed the smallest details, frost patterns on fences, sunlight catching icy puddles, the subtle expressions of hesitation, curiosity, or fleeting joy. She responded with understated gestures, a nod, a soft smile, a brief word, or simply walking alongside someone. Over time, she began to perceive the broader, cumulative effect of these attentions. Spaces of reassurance, comfort, and trust began to emerge organically. Beth realized that influence was most profound when quiet, consistent, and deliberate, shaping the emotional atmosphere without fanfare. Friendships deepened under these understated currents. Millie, encouraged by Beth's calm presence, explored ideas she had hesitated to try, embracing small risks with gentle confidence. Finn, emboldened by her attentiveness, acted with quiet courage in everyday moments, noticing how his choices affected others. Together, the three shared moments that required no words, observing frost settling on branches, exchanging soft laughter over small discoveries, and silently noting the fleeting textures of the world. These understated interactions wove a resilient, invisible thread of trust, empathy, and care that endured through absence, time, and subtle change. Beth's understanding of absence and impermanence matured further. Friends moved away, routines shifted, familiar presences faded. Yet she learned to hold absence gently, honoring memory without clinging and remaining attentive to what persisted. Each absence became a lesson in reflection, patience, and subtle understanding, revealing impermanence's quiet shaping of experience, perception, and emotional resonance. She recorded these insights in her notebook, pairing them with pressed leaves, sketches, and observations of fleeting patterns. Impermanence became a source of quiet wisdom, resilience, and affirmation of the persistent, gentle power of careful attention. Evenings were filled with soft, wandering melodies that drifted through her room, hummed or whispered as a companion to her reflection. The tunes carried the rhythm of attentiveness, the subtle influence of small acts, and the quiet courage witnessed throughout the day. Beth traced constellations across her ceiling, weaving gentle stories around each cluster, narratives of patience, empathy, and subtle gestures with far-reaching effects. The absent Ricks lingered sometimes in her imagination, observing from afar, yet their guidance had been internalized. Their absence created space for Beth to trust her instincts, exercise judgment, and act with quiet authority, shaping the world in ways both subtle and meaningful. Beth's attentiveness extended to the unseen burdens carried by those around her. Hesitant classmates, uncertain friends, and strangers navigating fragile moments passed through her awareness. She responded with gestures requiring no acknowledgement, a soft smile, a brief word, or the steady presence she offered. These small acts formed an invisible language of care, fostering trust, reassurance, and subtle influence. Even without recognition, her presence left impressions on lives, ripples that extended beyond immediate perception, shaping experiences, quietly yet profoundly. As she lay in bed each night, Beth whispered softly, "I notice you. I see all of you." The gentle hum of life outside, the subtle settling of the house, and the rhythm of her own breathing became a lullaby that carried her towards sleep. She felt grounded in the understanding that attentiveness, reflection, and gentle care were sufficient, that influence could be quiet yet enduring. Even without acknowledgement, her small, deliberate acts left traces of comfort, trust, and calm in the lives of others. And as sleep wrapped her in its gentle embrace, Beth felt profound serenity. Her quiet attentions, reflective observations, and subtle acts of care were her soft heroism, shaping experiences and nurturing connections with patience, empathy, and understanding. She felt grounded, connected, and ready to greet each new day with calm awareness, trust in the persistent power of subtle influence, and the gentle certainty that even the smallest gestures could leave lasting, meaningful impressions. Her strength, delicate yet enduring, was like frost lingering on winter branches, soft, patient, and quietly transformative. Morning arrived slow and quiet, a pale glow spilling over frost-laden rooftops and the bare branches of winter trees. Beth moved through the streets with deliberate care, boots pressing softly into the frozen earth, feeling the subtle rhythm of the town beneath her steps. The air carried distant murmurs, the scrape of a shovel, the faint flap of wings, the gentle hum of someone opening a door. Each sound felt alive, each motion a delicate thread she could follow. Beth breathed deeply, letting the world's subtle currents settle around her, and in that stillness she felt a tether to everything, a quiet sense of belonging that grounded her heart. At school, Beth observed how her quiet attentions had begun to ripple outward, shaping the days of those around. Her in ways both gentle and profound. The gestures she offered, soft words, patient glances, calm presence, had become threads in an invisible tapestry. Millie moved with steady, understated confidence, her creative ideas unfolding carefully but persistently. Finn navigated interactions, with newfound thoughtfulness, his choices quietly influencing the rhythm of the classroom. Beth realized that her attentiveness, repeated consistently over time, had shaped the emotional environment, like frost etching slow patterns across a window pane, visible only when one paused long enough to notice. Home remained a sanctuary of reflection. Beth spread her notebook across the table, pressing delicate leaves beside sketches of frost patterns and careful notes about gestures, expressions, and fleeting moments. Each page captured subtleties often overlooked by others, preserving traces of influence she had begun to cultivate. Her father's quiet presence offered steady reassurance, while her mother's gentle companionship encouraged reflection and introspection. Beth had come to understand that influence did not rely on applause or recognition. It existed in patient observation, subtle care, and deliberate shaping of her surroundings, leaving a soft but lasting imprint on the world around her. The creek, partially frozen and shimmering in the soft winter sunlight, continued to teach lessons in patience and persistence. Beth watched water curve around ice, sending delicate ripples outward, merging with distant currents, and she imagined her own gestures moving in the same way. Small words of encouragement, gentle smiles, a steady presence, quietly shaping lives over time. Influence, she realized, was most potent when subtle and enduring, like frost, slowly forming intricate patterns on a pane of glass. These small acts, repeated with intention, carried the power to transform the world quietly, yet profoundly. Walks through the town had become meditative exercises in observation and connection. Beth noticed the smallest details: frost etched across fences, sunlight catching icy puddles, the subtle posture of someone hesitant or curious. She responded with gestures that were understated but deliberate: a nod, a soft smile, a brief word, or simply walking alongside someone in quiet companionship. Over time, she perceived the broader, cumulative effect of these attentions. Spaces of reassurance, comfort, and trust emerged naturally around her, and the town seemed to move with a softer, gentler rhythm. Beth understood that influence was often strongest when quiet, consistent, and unassuming, shaping life in ways that were unseen yet enduring. Friendships deepened under these understated currents. Millie, encouraged by Beth's calm presence, explored ideas she had previously avoided, taking small risks with a newfound sense of confidence. Finn, emboldened by Beth's attentiveness, acted with subtle courage in everyday moments, learning to observe how his choices rippled outward to others. Together the three shared quiet moments that required no words, watching frost settle on branches, exchanging soft laughter over shared discoveries, and silently noting the fleeting patterns in the world. These understated interactions wove an invisible, resilient thread of trust and connection, enduring through absence, time, and gentle change. Beth's understanding of absence and impermanence grew even more nuanced. Friends moved away, routines shifted, familiar presences faded, yet she learned to hold absence with grace, honoring memory without clinging and remaining attentive to what persisted. Each absence became a teacher in patience, reflection, and subtle understanding, revealing the delicate ways impermanence shaped experience, perception, and emotional influence. She recorded these insights in her notebook, pairing them with pressed leaves, sketches, and fleeting observations of natural patterns. In this quiet practice, impermanence became a source of resilience, soft wisdom, and affirmation of the persistent, gentle power of deliberate attention. Evenings brought melodies, drifting through her room, hummed or whispered in accompaniment to her reflections. The tunes carried the rhythm of attentiveness, subtle courage, and the quiet influence of small acts observed during the day. Beth traced constellations across the ceiling, weaving gentle stories around each cluster, narratives of patience, empathy, and gestures whose impact extended far beyond immediate perception. The absent Rick sometimes lingered in her imagination, observing from a distance, yet their guidance had been internalized. Their absence created space for Beth to trust her instincts, exercise judgment, and act with quiet authority, shaping her world in ways both subtle and meaningful. Beth's awareness extended to the unseen burdens carried by those around her. Hesitant classmates, uncertain friends, and strangers navigating fragile moments all passed through her perception. She responded with gestures requiring no acknowledgement, a soft smile, a brief word, or simply her steady presence. These small acts formed an invisible language of care, fostering trust, reassurance, and subtle influence. Even without recognition, Her presence left impressions on lives, ripples that extended beyond immediate perception, shaping experiences quietly yet profoundly. As she lay in bed each night, Beth whispered softly, "I notice you. I see all of you." The gentle hum of life outside, the subtle settling of the house, and the rhythm of her own breathing became a lullaby, carrying her towards sleep. She felt grounded in the understanding that attentiveness, reflection, and gentle care were sufficient. That influence could be quiet yet enduring. Even without acknowledgement, her small, deliberate acts left traces of comfort, trust, and calm in the lives of those she encountered. And as sleep enveloped her completely, Beth felt profound serenity. Her quiet attentions, reflective observations, and small acts of care were her soft heroism, shaping experiences and nurturing connections with patience, empathy, and understanding. She felt grounded, connected, and ready to meet each new day with calm awareness, trust in the persistent power of subtle influence, and the gentle certainty that even the smallest gestures could leave lasting, meaningful impressions. Her strength, delicate yet enduring, was like frost lingering on winter branches, soft, patient, and quietly transformative. The morning arrived wrapped in a delicate haze, sunlight spilling softly over frost-dusted rooftops and thin, bare branches that trembled gently in the cold wind. Beth walked slowly, boots pressing into the frozen earth, each step deliberate, each breath a quiet acknowledgement of the world around her. Sounds floated faintly, the distant scrape of a shovel, the low hum of a vehicle passing, the faint flutter of wings overhead. She noticed them all, letting each sound settle into her awareness, and in that stillness she felt an unspoken connection with the pulse of life, a tether that seemed both fragile and enduring. At school, Beth observed the subtle ways her quiet attentions had begun to shape not just individual moments, but the broader emotional texture of her environment. The gestures she had offered, patient glances, soft words, calm presence, had accumulated over time, weaving a network of influence that was almost invisible but profoundly felt. Millie carried herself with steady confidence, her ideas unfolding, carefully yet persistently, while Finn navigated his interactions with thoughtful deliberation, quietly guiding others through gentle example. Beth realized that influence could grow silently, like frost spreading across a window pane, leaving lasting impressions without demanding acknowledgement. Home remained her refuge for reflection and quiet understanding. Beth spread her notebook across the kitchen table, pressing delicate leaves alongside sketches of frost patterns and fragments of observation. Each page preserved fleeting moments of care, attention, and insight, a record of influence she could trace over time. Her father's presence was a quiet anchor, steady and unwavering, while her mother's gentle companionship encouraged reflection and emotional awareness. Beth understood that influence required neither recognition nor drama. It existed in small, repeated gestures, in patient observation, and in the deliberate shaping of one's surroundings, leaving subtle yet enduring imprints on the people and spaces she touched. The creek, partially frozen and reflecting the soft light, offered another quiet lesson. Beth watched as the water curved around ice, sending ripples outward that merged with distant currents. She imagined her own gestures moving in the same way, small words of encouragement, a calm presence, gentle smiles, quiet yet potent. Influence, she realized, did not need to be immediate or dramatic. It was cumulative, persistent, and enduring, shaping the world softly and invisibly. Like frost etching intricate designs across glass, her attentions left marks that were subtle, elegant, and lasting, shifting the emotional landscape of the town without fanfare. Walking through the town, Beth noticed the tiniest details. Frost patterns on fences, sunlight reflecting off icy puddles, the subtle tensions or ease in passers-by's posture. She responded with gestures that required little acknowledgement, a nod, a quiet smile, a brief word, or simply walking alongside someone. Over time, she began to sense the cumulative effects of her attentions, spaces of reassurance, trust, and gentle calm emerged naturally. Beth understood that influence was often most profound when quiet, consistent, and unassuming, shaping life in ways that were barely visible but deeply felt. Friendships matured under these understated currents. Millie, inspired by Beth's calm presence, explored ideas she had previously hesitated to try, embracing creative risks with quiet assurance. Finn, encouraged by Beth's attentiveness, acted with subtle courage in everyday moments, observing how his choices rippled outward to others. The three shared moments that needed no words, watching frost settle on branches, exchanging soft laughter over small discoveries, noticing fleeting patterns in the world that belonged only to them. These understated interactions wove an invisible, resilient thread of trust and connection, enduring through absence, change, and subtle shifts in time. Beth's understanding of impermanence continued to deepen. Friends moved away, routines shifted, familiar presences faded, yet she learned to hold absence gently, honoring memory without clinging while remaining attentive to what persisted. Each absence became a lesson in reflection, patience, and understanding, revealing how impermanence shaped perception and emotional resonance. She recorded these insights in her notebook, pairing them with pressed leaves, sketches, and observations of fleeting patterns in nature. Through this quiet practice, impermanence became resilience, soft wisdom, and affirmation of the enduring, gentle power of deliberate attention. Evenings brought soft, wandering melodies that drifted through her room, hummed or whispered to accompany reflection. The tunes captured the rhythm of attentiveness, subtle courage, and the quiet influence of small acts observed during the day. Beth traced constellations across her ceiling, spinning gentle stories around each cluster, narratives of patience, empathy, and gestures whose impact extended far beyond immediate perception. The absent Ricks sometimes lingered in her imagination, observing from afar, yet their guidance had been internalized. Their absence created space for Beth to trust her instincts, exercise judgment, and act with quiet authority, shaping her world in subtle but meaningful ways. Beth's awareness extended to the unseen burdens carried by those around her. Hesitant classmates, uncertain friends, and strangers navigating fragile moments passed through her perception. She responded with gestures requiring no acknowledgement, a soft smile, a brief word, or simply her steady presence. These small acts formed an invisible language of care, fostering trust, reassurance, and subtle influence. Even without recognition, her presence left impressions on lives, ripples that extended far beyond her immediate perception, quietly shaping experiences in profound ways. At night, Beth whispered softly to herself, "I notice you. I see all of you." The gentle hum of life outside, the subtle settling of the house, and the rhythm of her own breathing became a lullaby, carrying her towards sleep. She felt grounded in the understanding that attentiveness, reflection, and gentle care were sufficient, that influence could be quiet yet enduring. Even without acknowledgement, her small, deliberate actions left traces of comfort, trust, and calm in the lives of others. And as sleep claimed her fully, Beth felt profound serenity. Her quiet attentions, reflective observations, and small acts Of care were her soft heroism, shaping experiences and nurturing connections with patience, empathy, and understanding. She felt grounded, connected, and ready to greet each day with calm awareness, trust in the persistent power of subtle influence, and the gentle certainty that even the smallest gestures could leave lasting, meaningful impressions. Her strength, delicate yet enduring, was like frost lingering on winter branches, soft, patient, and quietly transformative. Morning arrived in gentle hues, a soft silver light spilling over frost-laced rooftops and delicate branches, brushing the world in muted warmth. Beth walked slowly, boots pressing into the frozen earth, feeling each step anchor her to the subtle rhythm of life. The wind traced faint patterns across her cheeks, carrying with it distant sounds. The quiet scrape of a shovel, the flutter of wings, a muffled voice calling from somewhere down the street. Each sound, each motion felt alive, tethered to something larger than herself, and she moved through it with quiet awareness, absorbing the pulse of the world around her. School mornings revealed the continued ripples of her quiet attention. Small gestures, soft words, patient glances, calm presence had accumulated over months, forming threads that now subtly shaped the emotional environment. Millie moved with gentle confidence, her creative ideas unfurling in slow, persistent arcs. Finn navigated interactions with calm deliberation, his choices quietly influencing the rhythm of the classroom. Beth watched these patterns with quiet wonder, understanding that influence could be cumulative, nearly invisible, yet profound in its enduring effects. Even the smallest gestures, when repeated with intention, could alter the emotional landscape, in ways unseen but deeply felt. Home remained a sanctuary for observation and reflection. Beth spread her notebook across the table, pressing delicate leaves alongside sketches of frost patterns and fragments of human gestures. Each page became a mosaic of attentiveness, a quiet record of influence traced over time. Her father's presence offered steady reassurance, a grounding point without words, while her mother's gentle companionship encouraged reflection, introspection, and emotional attunement. Beth had learned that influence required no recognition or fanfare. It existed in subtle consistency, patient observation, and deliberate care, leaving enduring marks on both people and places, often without visible acknowledgement. The creek, half frozen and shimmering in the soft morning light, continued to teach lessons in persistence and subtlety. Beth watched as water curved around ice, sending ripples outward that merged with distant currents. She imagined her own gestures moving in the same way, small words of encouragement, gentle smiles, a calm presence, quiet yet potent. Influence, she realized, did not need to be dramatic or immediate. It could accumulate slowly, persistently, shaping lives like frost, etching intricate, delicate patterns across a glass pane. Her attentions, repeated with intention, left marks that were invisible to the casual observer but resonant and enduring over time. Walks through the town became meditative exercises in mindful observation and quiet connection. Beth noticed frost, patterns across fences, sunlight glinting on icy puddles, and subtle expressions of hesitation, curiosity, or joy in those she passed. She responded with gestures that required no acknowledgement, a soft smile, a brief word, a nod, or the simple act of walking alongside someone. Over time, she began to sense the cumulative effect of these attentions. Spaces of reassurance and trust began to appear naturally, creating a subtle harmony that spread quietly across her surroundings. Influence, she realized, was strongest when unassuming, consistent, and deliberate. Friendships deepened under these understated currents. Millie, emboldened by Beth's calm presence, explored ideas she had previously hesitated to pursue, embracing small risks with quiet assurance. Finn, encouraged by Beth's attentiveness, discovered subtle courage in daily interactions, observing how his choices rippled outward to affect others. Together, the three shared moments that required no words, observing frost settling on branches, exchanging soft laughter over small discoveries, noticing fleeting patterns of life that belonged only to them. These understated interactions wove a resilient, invisible thread of trust, empathy, and care that endured through absence, change, and subtle shifts in time. Beth's understanding of absence and impermanence deepened further. Friends moved away, routines shifted, familiar presences faded, yet she learned to hold absence gently, honoring memory without clinging while remaining attentive to what persisted. Each absence became a lesson in reflection, patience, and understanding, revealing impermanence's quiet shaping of experience, perception, and emotional resonance. She recorded these lessons in her notebook, pairing them with pressed leaves, sketches, and observations of fleeting patterns in the natural world. In this practice, impermanence became resilience, soft wisdom, and affirmation of the enduring power of deliberate attention. Evenings brought wandering melodies, drifting through. Her room hummed or whispered to accompany her reflections. The tunes captured attentiveness, subtle courage, and the quiet influence of small acts witnessed throughout the day. Beth traced constellations across her ceiling, weaving gentle stories around each cluster, narratives of patience, empathy, and small gestures whose impact reached far beyond immediate perception. The absent Ricks sometimes lingered in her imagination, observing from a distance, yet their guidance had been internalized. Their absence created space for Beth to trust her instincts, exercise judgment, and act with quiet authority, shaping her world in ways both subtle and meaningful. Beth's attentiveness extended to the unseen burdens carried by those around her. Hesitant classmates, uncertain friends, and strangers navigating fragile moments passed through her awareness. She responded with gestures requiring no acknowledgement, a soft smile, a brief word, or simply her steady presence. These small acts formed an invisible language of care, fostering trust, reassurance, and subtle influence. Even without recognition, her presence left impressions on lives, ripples that extended far beyond her immediate perception, quietly shaping experiences in profound ways. At night, Beth whispered softly, "I notice you. I see all of you." The gentle hum of life outside, the subtle settling of the house, and the rhythm of her own breathing became a lullaby, carrying her towards sleep. She felt grounded in the knowledge that attentiveness, reflection, and gentle care were sufficient, that influence could be quiet yet enduring. Even without acknowledgement, her small, deliberate actions left traces of comfort, trust, and calm in the lives of those she encountered. And as sleep claimed her fully, Beth felt profound serenity. Her quiet attentions, reflective observations, and small acts of care were her soft heroism, shaping experiences and nurturing connections with patience, empathy, and understanding. She felt grounded, connected, and ready to greet each new day with calm awareness, trust in the persistent power of subtle influence, and the gentle certainty that even the smallest gestures could leave lasting, meaningful impressions. Her strength, delicate yet enduring, was like frost lingering on winter branches, soft, patient, and quietly transformative. Morning arrived soft and still, the sky painted in pale, tender colors, as though the world itself were stretching and yawning in a quiet awakening. Beth moved through the streets with slow, deliberate steps, boots pressing lightly into the frost-laden ground. The wind carried subtle sounds, the scrape of a shovel in the distance, the soft flutter of wings, faint voices exchanging greetings. Each sound felt alive, delicate, and alive in a way that invited her attention without demand. She breathed deeply, letting each exhalation tether her further to the subtle rhythms of life, finding calm in the gentle movements around her. At school, Beth noticed the long-term ripples of her quiet attentions, the small gestures she had offered, soft smiles, patient glances, quiet presence, had accumulated into patterns now barely visible, but deeply resonant. Millie moved with calm assurance, her creativity unfurling with deliberate patience, while Finn interacted with thoughtfulness, carrying the weight of his actions with gentle awareness. Beth observed these effects quietly, realizing that influence was often silent, invisible, and cumulative, shaping experiences and emotions without announcement. Even subtle attentions repeated with care could leave enduring impressions. Home continued to serve as a sanctuary of reflection. Beth spread her notebook across the table, pressing delicate leaves alongside sketches of frost patterns and fragments of fleeting observation. Each page became a record of attentiveness, a quiet testimony to influence traced over time. Her father's presence remained a steady anchor, calming and reassuring without words, while her mother's gentle companionship encouraged reflection, emotional insight, and introspection. Beth understood that influence did not demand recognition. It existed in subtle consistency, patient observation, and the deliberate shaping of life, leaving lasting imprints on the world around her. The creek, partially frozen and shimmering under pale light, offered its familiar lessons in patience and persistence. Beth watched the water curve around ice, sending ripples outward, merging with distant currents. She imagined her own gestures, moving in the same way, quiet smiles, steady presence, small words of encouragement, subtle yet potent. Influence did not need to be loud or immediate. It accumulated slowly, persistently, shaping the world softly, like frost, etching intricate designs across glass. Her attentions left gentle marks, invisible to many, yet resonant and enduring over time. Walking through the town, Beth noticed the smallest details: frost patterns on fences, sunlight caught in icy puddles, subtle shifts in posture or expression in passers-by. She responded with gestures requiring no acknowledgement, a nod, a soft smile, a brief word, or simply walking alongside someone in quiet companionship. Over time, she sensed the cumulative effects of these attentions. Spaces of reassurance, trust, and calm began to emerge organically, creating a gentle harmony that spread quietly throughout her surroundings. Beth understood that influence was most powerful when subtle, consistent, and unassuming. Friendships deepened in these understated currents. Millie, encouraged by Beth's calm presence, explored ideas she had once hesitated to try, embracing small risks with gentle confidence. Finn, emboldened by her attentiveness, found quiet courage in everyday interactions, noticing how even minor choices could ripple outward. Together, the three shared moments that needed no words, observing frost settling on branches, exchanging soft laughter over shared discoveries, noticing fleeting patterns of life that belonged only to them. These understated interactions wove an invisible, resilient thread of trust and empathy, enduring through absence, change, and subtle shifts in time. Beth's understanding of impermanence became even more nuanced. Friends moved away, routines shifted, familiar presences faded, yet she learned to hold absence gently, honoring memory without clinging and remaining attentive to what persisted. Each absence became a lesson in reflection, patience, and understanding, revealing impermanence's quiet shaping of experience, perception, and emotional resonance. She recorded these lessons in her notebook, pairing them with pressed leaves, sketches, and fleeting observations. In this quiet practice, impermanence became resilience, soft wisdom, and affirmation of the gentle, enduring power of deliberate attention. Evenings were filled with wandering melodies drifting through her room, hummed or whispered, accompanying reflection. The tunes carried the rhythm of attentiveness, subtle courage, and the quiet influence of small acts observed throughout the day. Beth traced constellations across her ceiling, weaving gentle stories around each cluster, narratives of patience, empathy, and small gestures whose impact extended far beyond immediate perception. The absent Ricks sometimes lingered in her imagination, observing from afar, yet their guidance had been internalized. Their absence created space for Beth to trust her instincts, exercise judgment, and act with quiet authority, shaping her world in ways subtle and meaningful. Beth's awareness extended to the unseen burdens carried by those around her. Hesitant classmates, uncertain friends, and strangers navigating delicate moments passed through her perception. She responded with gestures requiring no acknowledgement, a soft smile, a brief word, or the steady presence she offered. These small acts formed an invisible language of care, fostering trust, reassurance, and subtle influence. Even without recognition, her presence left impressions on lives, ripples that extended far beyond her immediate perception, quietly shaping experiences in profound ways. At night, Beth whispered softly, "I notice you. I see all of you." The gentle hum of life outside, the subtle settling of the house, and the rhythm of her own breathing became a lullaby, carrying her towards sleep. She felt grounded in the understanding that attentiveness, reflection, and gentle care were sufficient, that influence could be quiet yet enduring. Even without acknowledgement, her small, deliberate actions left traces of comfort, trust, and calm in the lives of those she encountered. And as sleep claimed her fully, Beth felt profound serenity. Her quiet attentions, reflective observations, and small acts of care were her soft heroism, shaping experiences and nurturing connections with patience, empathy, and understanding. She felt grounded, connected, and ready to greet each new day with calm awareness, trust in the persistent power of subtle influence, and the gentle certainty that even the smallest gestures could leave lasting, meaningful impressions. Her strength, delicate yet enduring, was like frost lingering on winter branches, soft, patient, and quietly transformative. The morning light seeped softly through the frosted windows, painting everything it touched in tender, muted gold. Beth moved slowly, each step deliberate, boots pressing into the delicate crust of ice and frost on the ground. The world seemed unusually quiet, as if it had taken a long, gentle breath. The wind whispered faintly through the bare branches, carrying the distant scrape of a shovel, a soft murmur from a passing neighbor, and the flutter of wings from a hidden bird. Each sound was vivid, yet subtle, as though life was breathing, softly in tandem with her own quiet rhythm. At school, Beth observed the quiet growth that had begun to emerge around her. Small gestures repeated over months, patient glances, soft words, calm presence, had accumulated into subtle patterns that shaped the emotional landscape of her environment. Millie moved through the halls with understated confidence, her ideas unfurling with gentle persistence. Finn interacted thoughtfully, his calm influence extending into the decisions and behaviors of those around him. Beth realized that influence could be almost invisible, yet profoundly enduring. These small attentions, repeated with care, left impressions far beyond immediate perception, shaping life quietly but effectively. Home remained a place of reflection, a safe harbor where Beth could gather her thoughts and trace the quiet threads she had been weaving. Her notebook lay open on the table, pages adorned with pressed leaves, sketches of frost patterns and delicate observations of fleeting moments. Each page captured the essence of attentiveness, a quiet record of influence and reflection. Her father's presence offered calm reassurance without words, while her mother's gentle companionship nurtured introspection and emotional understanding. Beth recognized that influence needed no recognition. It was not in grand gestures or accolades, but in the patience, consistency, and subtle shaping of her surroundings. The creek, partially frozen and shimmering with soft light, offered its perennial lesson in quiet persistence. Beth watched as water curved around ice, sending ripples outward, merging with distant currents. She imagined her own gestures moving in the same way, a soft smile, a brief word, steady presence. Subtle, yet impactful. Influence, she realized, did not require immediate recognition or drama. It accumulated slowly, patiently, shaping the world like frost, forming intricate patterns across glass. Her attentions, repeated and intentional, left marks that were delicate, nearly invisible, yet enduring over time. Walks through the town became meditative exercises in observation and empathy. Beth noticed frost patterns on fences, sunlight glinting on icy puddles, and subtle expressions of hesitation or curiosity in passers-by. She responded with understated gestures that required no acknowledgement, a nod, a soft smile, a brief word, or simply walking alongside someone. Over time, she sensed the cumulative effects of these attentions. Spaces of reassurance, trust, and calm began to emerge organically, creating a gentle harmony that radiated quietly through her surroundings. Beth understood that influence was strongest when subtle, consistent, and unassuming, shaping life in ways that were barely visible yet profoundly felt. Friendships deepened in these understated currents. Millie, emboldened by Beth's calm presence, explored ideas she had previously avoided, taking small risks with gentle confidence. Finn, encouraged by Beth's attentiveness, discovered quiet courage in daily moments, noticing how his choices rippled outward to affect others. Together, the three shared unspoken connections, observing frost settle on branches, exchanging soft laughter over small discoveries, and noticing fleeting patterns that belonged only to them. These understated interactions wove an invisible, resilient thread of trust, empathy, and care, enduring through absence, change, and the passage of time. Beth's understanding of impermanence deepened further. Friends moved away, routines shifted, familiar presences faded, yet she learned to hold absence gently, honoring memory without clinging, while remaining attentive to what persisted. Each absence became a lesson in reflection, patience, and subtle understanding, revealing how impermanence shaped perception and emotional resonance. She recorded these lessons in her notebook, pairing them with pressed leaves, sketches, and observations of fleeting patterns in nature. In this quiet practice, impermanence became resilience, soft wisdom, and affirmation of the enduring power of deliberate attention. Evenings were filled with wandering melodies drifting softly through her room, hummed or whispered, accompanying quiet reflection. The tunes carried the rhythm of attentiveness, subtle courage, and the small acts observed during the day. Beth traced constellations across her ceiling, weaving gentle stories around each cluster, narratives of patience, empathy, and gestures whose impact extended far beyond immediate perception. The absent Ricks sometimes lingered in her imagination, observing from afar, yet their guidance had been internalized. Their absence allowed Beth to trust her instincts, exercise judgment, and act with quiet authority, shaping her world in ways both subtle and meaningful. Beth's attentiveness extended to the unseen burdens carried by those around her. Hesitant classmates, uncertain friends, and strangers navigating delicate moments passed through her perception. She responded with gestures that required no acknowledgement, a soft smile, a brief word, or the steady presence she offered. These small acts formed an invisible language of care, fostering trust, reassurance, and subtle influence. Even without recognition, her presence left impressions on lives, ripples extending far beyond immediate perception, quietly shaping experiences. In profound ways, as she lay in bed each night, Beth whispered softly, "I notice you. I see all of you." The gentle hum of life outside, the subtle settling of the house, and the rhythm of her own breathing became a lullaby, carrying her towards sleep. She felt grounded in the knowledge that attentiveness, reflection, and gentle care were sufficient, that influence could be quiet yet enduring. Even without acknowledgement, her small, deliberate actions left traces of comfort, trust, and calm in the lives of those she encountered. And as sleep claimed her fully, Beth felt profound serenity. Her quiet attentions, reflective observations, and small acts of care were her soft heroism, shaping experiences and nurturing connections with patience, empathy, and understanding. She felt grounded, connected, and ready to greet each day with calm awareness, trust in the persistent power of subtle influence, and the gentle certainty that even the smallest gestures could leave lasting, meaningful impressions. Her strength, delicate yet enduring, was like frost lingering on winter branches, soft, patient, and quietly transformative. The sky carried a soft blush that morning, as if the world itself had sighed and shifted into quiet reflection. Beth walked slowly through streets familiar yet subtly changed by the passing seasons, boots pressing gently into frost that still clung to the edges of the roads. The wind moved with delicate care, whispering faint sounds of life. A bird settling. In a branch, the low hum of a distant vehicle, a neighbor's quiet greeting carried across the space between houses. Each sound was a note in the gentle symphony of existence, and Beth let it settle into her consciousness, a soft tether to the pulse of the world around her. At school, the culmination of her quiet attentions had begun to manifest in ways both subtle and profound. The small gestures she had offered, soft smiles, patient glances, a calm, steady presence, had accumulated, shaping not just individual moments, but the broader emotional rhythm of her surroundings. Millie moved with quiet confidence, exploring ideas she had once hesitated to embrace, her creativity flourishing under the patient guidance of Beth's presence. Finn navigated interactions with understated awareness, noticing the weight of his choices, the impact of a gentle word or a steady glance. Beth observed these ripples with soft wonder, realizing that influence often remained invisible, yet enduring, quiet threads that wove themselves into the lives of those around her. Home was, as always, a sanctuary of reflection. Beth spread her notebook across the table, pages lined with pressed leaves, sketches of frost patterns, and delicate observations of human expression. Each page became a quiet testament to attentiveness, a mosaic of care extended over time. Her father's presence remained a grounding force, steady and reassuring without words, while her mother's gentle companionship nurtured introspection and emotional awareness. Beth had long understood that influence did not require applause. It existed in consistent, deliberate gestures and the patient shaping of her surroundings, leaving enduring marks on both people and places. The creek shimmered faintly in the soft morning light, partially frozen, carrying its familiar lessons in quiet persistence. Beth watched as water curved around ice, sending ripples outward, merging with distant currents. She imagined her own gestures moving in the same way. Small words of encouragement, quiet smiles, steady presence, subtle but potent. Influence did not need to be immediate or dramatic. It accumulated slowly, persistently, like frost, forming intricate patterns on glass, leaving marks delicate, nearly invisible, yet enduring and transformative over time. Walking through the town, Beth noticed the smallest details, frost patterns etched into fences, sunlight caught in icy puddles, and subtle shifts in expression or posture in those she passed. She responded with gestures that required no acknowledgement, a soft smile, a brief word, a nod, or simply walking alongside someone. Over time, the cumulative effect of these attentions became tangible. Spaces of calm, reassurance, and trust began to emerge naturally, spreading quietly throughout the town. Beth understood that influence was most profound when subtle, consistent, and unassuming, shaping life in ways that were barely visible but deeply resonant. Friendships had matured in these understated currents. Millie, encouraged by Beth's calm presence, explored ideas she had previously avoided, embracing small risks with gentle confidence. Finn, emboldened by Beth's attentiveness, discovered quiet courage in daily interactions, learning how even minor choices could ripple outward and shape the lives of others. Together, the three shared moments that required no words, observing frost settle on branches, exchanging soft laughter over small discoveries, and noticing fleeting patterns that belonged only to them. These understated interactions wove a resilient, invisible thread of trust, empathy, and care, enduring through absence, change, and the gentle unfolding of time. Beth's understanding of impermanence deepened to something almost reverent. Friends moved away, routines shifted, familiar presences faded, yet she learned to hold absence tenderly, honoring memory without clinging, and remaining attentive to what persisted. Each absence became a lesson in reflection, patience, and subtle understanding, revealing the quiet ways impermanence shaped perception, experience, and emotional resonance. She recorded these lessons carefully in her notebook, pairing them with pressed leaves, sketches, and fleeting observations of natural patterns. In this practice, impermanence became a source of resilience, soft wisdom, and affirmation of the gentle, enduring power of deliberate attention. Evenings were suffused with wandering melodies drifting softly through her room, hummed or whispered, as companions to reflection. The tunes carried the rhythm of attentiveness, subtle courage, and the quiet influence of small acts witnessed throughout the day. Beth traced constellations across her ceiling, weaving gentle stories around each cluster, narratives of patience, empathy, and gestures whose impact reached far beyond immediate perception. The absent Ricks lingered in her imagination, observing from a distance, yet their guidance had been internalized. Their absence allowed Beth to trust her instincts, exercise judgment, and act with quiet authority, shaping her world in ways subtle, meaningful, and deeply her own. Beth's attentiveness extended to the unseen burdens carried by those around her. Hesitant classmates, uncertain friends, and strangers navigating fragile moments passed through her awareness. She responded with gestures requiring no acknowledgement, a soft smile, a brief word, or the steady presence she offered. These small acts formed an invisible language of care, fostering trust, reassurance, and subtle influence. Even without recognition, her presence left impressions on lives, ripples extending far beyond immediate perception, quietly shaping experiences. in profound ways. At night, Beth whispered softly, "I notice you. I see all of you." The gentle hum of life outside, the subtle settling of the house, and the rhythm of her own breathing became a lullaby, carrying her towards sleep. She felt grounded in the understanding that attentiveness, reflection, and gentle care was sufficient. That influence could be quiet, yet enduring. Even without acknowledgement, her small, deliberate actions left traces of comfort, trust, and calm in the lives of those she encountered. And as sleep wrapped around her fully, Beth felt profound serenity. Her quiet attentions, reflective observations, and small acts of care were her soft heroism, shaping experiences and nurturing connections with patience, empathy, and understanding. She felt grounded, connected, and ready to greet each day with calm awareness, trust in the persistent power of subtle influence, and the gentle certainty that even the smallest gestures could leave lasting, meaningful impressions. Her strength, delicate yet enduring, was like frost lingering on winter branches, soft, patient, and quietly transformative. And with that she stretched into the stars, knowing her quiet presence had touched the world in ways both seen and unseen. And so, our journey through Beth's quiet, reflective world comes to its soft exhale. We've wandered through frost-laced mornings, shimmering creeks and starry ceilings, following a life shaped by patience, empathy, and subtle influence. Every small gesture, whispered word, and steady presence has left traces, not always seen, but deeply felt, like frost patterns on glass or the lingering warmth of a gentle smile. This story has been about noticing the world, honoring the quiet, currents of care, and finding heroism in patience, understanding, and emotional presence. It's about the enduring beauty of small acts repeated with love, and the way absence and impermanence teach us reflection, resilience, and gentle wisdom. As you close your eyes and let sleep carry you, remember that influence does not need to be loud, and love does not always demand recognition. Even the softest presence can shape the world profoundly. Your moments of attentiveness, your quiet care, and your gentle presence are enough. Thanks for spending this time with us. Sleep. Well, everything's going to be okay, man.